IPC.
This is 1490 KOVC AM Valley City and 96.3 K242CZ Valley City.
The voice of the Valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the Jamestown Civic Center, which we'll call our home away from home for Viking basketball for the next while. How long? We don't know. Will it even be tomorrow? We don't know that either. More on that in a moment. But today, we're here in Jamestown as Valley City State will take on Dickinson State University in a women's and men's doubleheader. We bring it to you today here on the I3G Media Sports Network and VCSU Viking Athletics on YouTube. Ryan Cunningham with you here today. Elijah has our videography work for those of you on our web stream, and you can find that web stream by visiting VCSU Athletics. Do a search for VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and you can take in the radio broadcast right here today on the Voice of the Vikings and the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. Well, the issues bringing us here are different than the issues that will keep us here coming up tomorrow. For those of you Viking fans that might not know what it is that took place, some water issues at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse that have caused the floor to, at least for now, be unplayable, or at least to a point where the floor may not be unplayable, but we need more of an assessment to kind of figure out what it is that's going to be for the future of Viking basketball there for the remainder of the year. And that assessment's going to be done on Monday. We knew that. That came out as a release from Valley City State later this week. And so on Monday, we'll find out more about whether or not the Vikings will make their way back to their home. But let's get to first things first today. As we get ready to play this one with Dickinson State tonight, we're getting ready for another round of winter weather to make its way toward us. And a blizzard warning has now been issued for Barnes County, along with counties to our north and east. It goes into effect at 6 o'clock this morning for those of us here. It'll go into effect at 3 o'clock in the morning, a little bit further to the north. Blizzard conditions with accumulations of 1 to 3 inches and winds blowing at 60 miles per hour. And again, this is expected to affect us all day tomorrow. Now, what does that mean for the Vikings being here at the Jamestown Civic Center? Well, here's what it means. Bismarck State College is tomorrow's opponent. Bismarck State College is set to play the Vikings tomorrow and set to play Mayville State on Monday. Now, Dickinson State played at Mayville State earlier they played last night, as a matter of fact. So Dickinson went to Mayville, got their games in, made it apparently back to Fargo in the middle of an unbelievable storm last night, stayed there and came here. So their conference weekend will be over. But Bismarck State chose not to travel today to go take on Mayville State. They moved their games to today tomorrow with the Vikings, and then with Mayville State on Monday. Well, if we lose tomorrow and Bismarck State can't play the Vikings tomorrow, Monday's not an option, because Monday's already taken up between Bismarck State and Mayville State. That means we would play Bismarck State likely on Tuesday, although that's not set in stone yet. We've had Mayville State as an opponent on Tuesday for a makeup game coming up sometime next week. Would we keep Mayville State and bring Bismarck State back here next weekend? We're not 100% sure. The schedule is very much in flux right now. Part of that is the arena back home. Part of that is Mother Nature that we have to deal with every winter. But what we do know is that we'll get a couple of games in today, and then we'll wait to see what adjustments happen going forward for the rest of the weekend. But we thank you for joining us for this one. The Viking women need a win in the worst way. They've lost 8 straight games. This is a team that's 2-9 right now in the Frontier League, and 2-9 in a situation where really they should had aspirations to be better than that. They've had some very, very close games with some of the best teams in the conference, and thusly some of the best teams in the country, but they haven't been able to find wins as of late. With 8 straight losses, they come in to take on a Dickinson State University team that's getting ready to go into conference play today after a sizable win last night over Mayville State. So today the Vikings will try to change up some things that have happened as of late on the women's side of things. and then try to get on the winning side of things again in men's basketball. So we've got a lot to do. The Vikings have a lot on the line. And again, we're at the Jamestown Civic Center for this one today, which we'll call our home away from home for Viking basketball today. Our pregame report is brought to you today by Sanford Health Valley City. Here for all and here for good. Coming up on our pregame report, we'll take a look at the conference standings that we have coming into today after last night's games. We'll also give you a look at some of the players to watch in our starting lineups in basketball. On the way, in about 10 minutes or so, we have the warm-up clock ready to expire. In about 6.5 minutes, the Vikings have come back onto the floor, and we get ready for the Vikings to call the Civic Center here in Jamestown. They're home for a day as they take on Dickinson State University. The Viking women 5-10, 2-9 in the league. Dickinson State's 5-11, 3-9 inside the Frontier Conference. Let's get it to you. We have it for you coming up next, so do stay with us. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and i3G Media and the i3G Media Network. We've got more coming up in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA, SIPC.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball here on VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC, part of the i3G Media Sports Network in Valley City. Ryan Cunningham with you today from the Jamestown Civic Center. We get ready for what should be a great matchup. Two pretty balanced teams on the women's side of things that will take care of our first matchup. And on the men's side of things, you'll have a little bit of dichotomy in styles. The Vikings want to get out and run. Dickinson State like to be big and pound you. But in this first game, you've got a Dickinson State University team built solely on balance. And the Vikings will try to crack into some of that as they look to break an 8-game losing streak here at the Jamestown Civic Center today. Home game for Valley City State University, again in our home away from home that we have for you here in the Buffalo City of Jamestown. As we continue along with our pregame report brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. Let's take a look at the current women's conference standings that we have coming into today's matchup. For those of you on the video side, you can see it on your screen. Radio side, we'll break it down for you. You've got 5 teams that are currently getting national recognition. That is a step back. There have been 6. Providence no longer getting votes inside the nation with an 11-7 record, 7-5 in the conference. The conference is led in a three-way tie. Montana Tech, Dakota State University, and Carroll College all 10-2 in the league. Montana Tech's 14-2, Dakota State's 15-3, Carroll College is 12-6. Right now, Montana Tech ranked 12th in the nation. Dakota State is the conference's highest-ranked team, ranked 7th in the country. Carroll College is receiving votes. Rocky Mountain is a game out of first place at 9-3, ranked 18th in the country right now. And Montana State Northern is 8-4 and receiving votes in the national poll. And again, Valley City State has been competitive with Tech, with Dakota State, with Montana State Northern. I mean, they've been all around it, yet they're on the back end of an 8-game losing streak at this point. Providence at 7-5, and then the bottom half of the conference, Montana State Western at 5-7, Bellevue at 4-8. Right now, those teams would receive tournament spots. Bismarck State College has fought their way out to a 3-8 mark inside the league. Dickinson State's 3-9 after last night. Valley City State's 2-9. Mayville State's 0-12. Again, you got to be in the top 8 to make the conference tournament, and that's why these games are so very important right now for Valley City State University. They've got to find some wins to get themselves back up into contention to try to find their way into a national, or I should say rather a conference tournament spot. Not everybody gets into the conference tournament this day and age when you've got a 12-team league. Only 8 will qualify, so these games are very important when you've got a team in front of you that's in front of you in the standings and also beatable, and the Vikings are going to try desperately to get that done tonight. And that is a look at our Frontier Conference rankings and drive for the title that we have for you here today. We're going to pause for our national anthem. When we come back, we'll have our starting lineup, so we'll get ready, along with a look at a couple of players to watch in this one. We'll back with more in a couple of moments on Viking basketball. Stay with us.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Kramer played football at VCSU and graduated in 1995.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball today on the I3G Media Sports Network and also on VCSU Athletics on YouTube. The Viking women and men at home today, sort of, at the Jamestown Civic Center, which is the home court today for Valley City State with some mechanical problems back at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse. The Vikings take on Dickinson State University today. We have a ball presentation being done today by Joe and Phil Kramer, who are established Viking alum and distinguished Viking alum as we continue the 100 years of Viking athletics at Valley City State here this year. Now we're set for basketball today. It'll be the women's matchup to get things started today, Dickinson State versus Valley City State. Our pregame report brought to you by Sanford Health Valley City, here for all and here for good. Let's take a look at our starting lineups for today's matchup. First of all, for the visitors, they will be the Dickinson State University Bluehawks. The guards are Angelica Shanrock, a 5'5 senior from Sparks, Nevada, and Allie Cohn, a 5'8 sophomore from Lemon, South Dakota. The post is Bray Annabo, 6' senior from Conrad, Montana. The forwards are Kaylin Garza, a 5'11 senior from Belle Fourche, South Dakota, and J.L. Garfield, a 5'9 junior from Wolf Point, Montana. Eric Nelson is in his 7th season as the head coach of Dickinson State University. For the Vikings today, the guards will be Ellie Broughton, a 5'3 junior from West Hope, North Dakota. J.C. Richter, a 5'7 senior from Linton, North Dakota. Also in the post today will be Abby Osleeson, 6-foot sophomore from Howard, South Dakota. The forwards are Tiana Schwinghammer, 6-foot junior from Bruton, Minnesota, and Madison Spacer, a 5'11 senior from Watford City, North Dakota. Vanessa Johnson is in her 9th season as the head coach of Valley City State. A couple of players to watch as we get started in this one here today before we throw the ball up in the air. Players to watch today for the Vikings and for Dickinson State. Kaylin Garza is Dickinson State's leading scorer. 9.9 points per game, 4.9 rebounds per game for Garza. And again, one of the starting forwards that they have today at 5'11". She'll be tough to defend, a tough matchup. For the Vikings, Ellie Broughton has had a breakout season. 13 points per game, 3.1 assists per game, 4.8 rebounds per game. When she's scoring, the Vikings are getting it done. And the Vikings are going to hope to get her into the action early. It's a different gymnasium to shoot in than most than you'll see. It's open on the ends. We'll see what kind of adjustment that means for the players here today. A couple players to watch, one for Valley City State, one for Dickinson State University today in our women's matchup. For those of you on the radio side, the Viking women are in white, the cream with cardinal. Dickinson State University's in their traveling navy blue uniforms with silver and white. Garza is going to go to the circle to jump for Dickinson State, and she will jump against Abby Osleeson for Valley City State. And here we go, the home away from home, the Jamestown Civic Center. It's the Vikings and the Blue Hawks, and Dickinson State will own the opening tap. Bray Enebo comes up with control of it and flexes off to the right wing for Allie Cohn. Cohn a stop, looking on top. Angelica Shanlock back off to the top of the key, able to find Kaylin Garza for a quick touch. Back to Shanrock, top of the key. Garza working back towards the right side. Stopped by Enebo, looking to the right corner. J.L. Garfield bluffs on a shot. Goes back to Enebo, defended to the baseline all the way by Osleeson. Shot clock at 5 seconds. A kick out to the top of the key. Cohn driving with 1 on the shot clock. Missed the horn. That's a shot clock violation. The Vikings will force a turnover on the opening Dickinson State possession. Boy, some pretty good work by the Vikings in that sequence to include Abby Osleeson, who draws a pretty difficult assignment against Garza out on top. Was able to take her to the baseline and not give her an opportunity to find a shot. Swinghammer looking inside, had a ball in for J.C. Richter that was broken up, and Garza will take it away for Dickinson State. Garza comes up the floor in transition, kicks to the top of the key. Shanrock for 3 is short. Garza with a loose ball offensive rebound, then ripped out of her hands, and it's taken back by J.C. Richter for Valley City State. We played a minute. We are scoreless on our LaRue Financial scoreboard. Osleeson on the top of the key, working right side. Wide open 3 on the right wing, and a pull-up by Broughton ends up short. Rebound pulled down inside and brought back up the floor for Dickinson State by J.L. Garfield. Kick to Garza. Shanrock on top, stepping towards the left. Works back top of the key. They look down low for Enebo. That was broken up, but she's able to rescue the basketball. High, and a kick out towards the right side. 3 is good from the perimeter for J.L. Garfield, and she was deep. About 2 steps beyond the 3-point line, and the Vikings find themselves down 3-0 after the opening basket of the day. Spacer handing off to Broughton, now Schwinghammer in the top of the key. Osleeson left alone looking for the answer. Comes up short off the front of the rim, and the rebound Angelica Shanrock for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks into the front court, leading 3-0. Garza top of the key, looking in at Garfield to turn, foul. Osleeson trying to defend her down low, and Osleeson will pick up her first. J.C. Richter's had a nice year. She had that takeaway on the opening rebound. 9.9 points per game for Richter, but 6.2 rebounds. And Abby Osleeson adding 5.4 rebounds. Schwinghammer with 5 rebounds. Really good rebounding team for Valley City State that they've had throughout the year. J.L. Garfield, no rather Bray Enebo, knocks down her first foul shot. And it's 4-0 in favor of Dickinson State. And Enebo back at the line, her second is good. Not a big crowd here today. You lose some of the town faithful when you got to travel a little bit. The Viking faithful that have come over, we appreciate them being here, but maybe lacking a little bit as far as atmosphere is concerned. Bigger arena, obviously, and not as many bodies. Richter stepping left, off the dribble for 3, that rattles off, and a rebound underneath to Kaylin Garza for Dickinson State. They lead 5-0, looking to go up 3 possessions in the early going. Allie Cohn looking off to Garza. Right side, another deep 3 from J.L. Garfield off the front of the rim. This time Schwinghammer has the rebound for the Vikings. Schwinghammer into the front court in transition. Stop, kick out. Spacer wants the 3-point shot. That's off the front of the rim. And a rebound concealed nicely here by J.L. Garfield, able to get around J.C. Richter. Garfield driving to the baseline, then turns, falls away, misses off the glass. Spacer has the rebound for Valley City State. We played 2.5 minutes on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. It's 5-0 in favor of Dickinson State. Osleson stepping left side, finding Schwinghammer. She'll pull the trigger for 3 again, and it's an air ball. And the Vikings have not done a lot to get the ball inside in the first 2.5 minutes of play. Maybe concerned about some of that Dickinson State size or just looking to get extra possessions, but it's been a tough go from the perimeter for Valley City State so far today. Ball into the front court with Angelica Shanrock. She'll hand to Garfield. Screen set. They're trying to free Garza up inside. Instead, popping out on top is Garfield to take the ball. Enabo from the foul line pulls up on a mid-range jump shot and hits it. Bray Enabo has her first field goal, and it's a 3-possession lead for Dickinson State. And the Blue Hawks have held the Vikings scoreless for over 3 minutes and 15 seconds of play. Ball on the left side of the floor, Richter. Curling towards that left high post. Stops on the elbow, turns and pulls up from 10 feet. That trickles off. She got her own miss back in the lane. Turns it back to the perimeter. 3 on the way by Broughton. Off the heel of the rip. Spacer fighting for an offensive rebound. That's out of bounds off of Spacer. And we'll go back to Dickinson State. Blue Hawks will make a change. They'll send in Kyrie Aldridge. Aldridge, a 5'10 senior from Riverton, Utah. She's their second leading scorer. This Dickinson State team doesn't have a number on there that will jump off the page, but they have 5 players between 8-3 and 9-9 a contest. And right now their defense is getting it done as the Vikings may be changing up into a little bit of a zone look here. Ball on the right side of the floor. Looks like the Vikings have gone to a 3-2 type of zone or matchup. Ball on the right side of the floor. Hard take to the glass by Shanrock. She got her own miss, or her own loose basketball, if you will. Left it off the front of the rim, and the Vikings come away with a rebound. Still 7-0 Dickinson State after 4 minutes, and they're going to get a double dribble on Ellie Broughton. Viking turnover, and Olivia Backus will come on to replace Madison Spacer. Vikings down 7-0 in the matchup, and it's becoming a little bit desperate here as the Vikings have missed their first 7 shots and have fallen behind by 3 possessions, and we're nearly halfway through the opening quarter. Garza handing off on top. J.L. Garfield back to Garza. Deep 3 by Garza is off the heel of the rim. Rebound pulled down by Schwinghammer. She was knocked to the floor, and a travel going to be called against Schwinghammer. Pair of changes now for Dickinson State. The Blue Hawks will send in number 22, Jada Clarkson, 5'7 junior from Helena, Montana, and also McKenna Haug, a 5'10 junior from Culbertson, Montana. Vikings find themselves down 7-0. Dickinson State with a basketball. Ball with Clarkson on the top of the key. Garza looking towards the near side. Coming back to Haug. She'll curl back off on top. Back to Garza. Top of the key now defended by Osleson. Garza driving, whistle and a travel coming up against Kaylin Garza. She thought she might receive a bump on her way to the basket from Osleson, but Abby Osleson having to play careful with an early foul kind of allowed Garza to lean in, and Garza just kept stepping. Still 7-0 Dickinson State over the Vikings. Ball right side of the floor, Olivia Backus. Backus checking in, 5'6 junior from Sandy, Utah. Broaden left side, driving, trying to penetrate to the basket. Lost the ball as it was deflected, then she couldn't receive it back, and it rolls beyond the baseline. Backus may be taking over as that point guard spot now. That moves Broaden to the 2. She has the opportunity to penetrate a little bit more, and Backus will give the Vikings a little extra threat in the transition game as head coach Vanessa Johnson tries to speed it up. Drive left side, Clarkson kicking out Haug, a 3 left corner. That's short, and the rebound to Schwinghammer for Valley City State. 7-0. The Blue Hawks have held the Vikings without points for over 5 minutes. A drive to the basket and hard to the rack with a foul coming in will be J.C. Richter. Richter will find her way to the foul line coming up. And I believe this is going to take the Vikings to the media timeout as well. The foul will go against Kaylin Garza, and Valley City State and Dickinson State will meet with their respective teams. We have a media stoppage here at the Jamestown Civic Center. With 4:48 to play opening quarter on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard, it's Dickinson State 7, Valley City State nothing. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on I3G Media Sports and also on VCSU Athletics on YouTube.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com. Welcome back to Viking basketball. Out of the media timeout, J.C. Richter is at the foul line for the Vikings, and Valley City State is finally on the board. 7-1 your score. Dickinson State with a 6-point lead. The free throw comes at the 4:48 mark to play of the opening quarter, so the Vikings held without points for 5 minutes and 11 seconds, and Richter misses on the back end. It'll remain a 6-point lead for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks into the front court. Jada Clarkson turning back to Bray Enebo on the top of the key. Now Haug in the right corner. Enebo with a pass coming back to her, broken up by J.C. Richter. Loose basketball taken up by Broughton. They go in transition. Swing hammer off to Osleason with an open three. There's the first field goal for the Vikings. Abby Osleason stepping into a three-point shot from the left wing. Vikings have quickly cut a 7-point lead to 3, a score of 7-4. Allie Cohn on the right side for Dickinson State. Bounce pass to Enebo on the top of the key. Enebo curling towards the left. Back to Cohn right side, has a path. Kicks out to Clarkson in the corner. Behind the back dribble on Broughton. Comes back to Cohn. Enebo on top, working left side into the corner for Haug. Shot clock's at 5 seconds, give and go. Enebo high post, pulls up from 10 feet, it rattles off, and a rebound knocked out of bounds by J.C. Richter. Dickinson State will get another look. Boy, you get what you're looking for, which is a missed chance. The Vikings beaten on a rebound, though, and Dickinson State will get another possession. Enebo looking down the baseline, unable to find Haug in a little screen and roll. Ball off to the right side for Kyrie Aldridge, and back to Enebo. High-low game, and Broughton defends it. She was in front of Clarkson, knocked the ball away. Loose ball, Olivia Backus, 4-on-3. Backus herself fouled as she went to the backboard. And we'll go to the foul line for the Vikings. Bray Enebo looks to pick up the call. Enebo's first and the second on Dickinson State, and this will put Olivia Backus on the line for the Vikings. And you can see the Vikings trying to get up in transition. They attacked a very set and stout Dickinson State defense in the early going and did not find their way to the basket. So the Vikings trying to make it run a little bit. First foul shot for Backus is good, and the Vikings are now back within 2. Substitution for Dickinson State, Dylan Steadily will step in, a 5'7" junior from Belfouche, South Dakota. Backus knocks down both ends. And what was a 7-point game is a 1-point game. 7-6, the Vikings, little 6-0 run, and they're back within a point with 3:35 to play in the opening quarter on our LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Enebo on the top of the key, working right, hard against Osleason. The turn, pull up with the left hand, got it. Bray Enebo hard to the post, and Vanessa Johnson was looking for an offensive foul as a forearm came out and rubbed Abby Osleason off the spot. That produced the opening for Enebo. Osleason has it back on the top of the key, bluffs a shot to draw Enebo, turns it back to the top. Head fake for Broughton, but she was unable to get loose on a 3. Richter tried to post up inside. We'll have a foul inside going against Brittany Haug. Correction, McKenna Haug, my apologies. McKenna Haug, 5'10" junior, Culbertson, Montana, picks up her first. It's going to be the third against Dickinson State. Non-shooting violation, and Valley City State will play in. 1 foul to give for Dickinson State remaining in the quarter. Broughton baseline move, jump stop in the lane, shot was altered. She deflects the rebound off to the top of the key, and Osleason will run it down. 10 to shoot, 3 on the way, good off the right side, hit by Ellie Broughton, and the Vikings have tied the game at 9 apiece. Only 2 field goals in the quarter, both have been triples, and the Vikings have tied up Dickinson State after the Blue Hawks started the game with a 7-0 run. A 3 comes up short for the left wing by Kyrie Aldridge. Rebound underneath to Osleason, and Broughton will run the team back into the front court. A turn to Osleason on the top of the key. Enebo comes out to defender. Osleason the extra step in the lane. Shot may have been altered, but Richter picked up the basketball. She'll drive in on Enebo, got underneath the basket along the baseline, and turns it back to Ellie Broughton. Another 3-point chance. That went off the heel of the rim. Rebound strong to the perimeter, and Clarkson will pick it back for Dickinson State. She leaves it up the floor for Dylan Steadily. Ball knocked out of bounds, and trying to sell was Tiana Schwinghammer. But they'll say that this will be a Dickinson State University possession coming up. And the Blue Hawks will make 3 changes. They'll return 2 original starters into the matchup, and Helika Shanrock back in, J.L. Garfield back in, and Carson Temple, 5'11" freshman from Cheyenne, Wyoming, steps onto the floor for Dickinson State as well. 2:05 to play opening quarter. We're tied at 9. Ball left side of the floor, Garfield dribbling to the foul line, hits a mid-range jump shot off the dribble. Dickinson State reclaims the lead. J.L. Garfield, that's a tough shot to hit. You're on the run sideways, picking it up off the dribble. Ellie Powell steps in for the Vikings, 5'11" junior from Bowman, North Dakota for the first time. Richter drawing a crowd as she got inside the paint. Kicks it back off to Broughton on the top of the key. Broughton calling for a spot, found an alley, driving and a hand check coming up. That will be the last foul for Dickinson State to give of the quarter. Foul will go against Shanrock, her first. And we'll see Kaylin Garza returning for Dickinson State. She'll come on to replace Bray Annabo in the post with 1:40 to play in the opening quarter. Schwinghammer set to inbound. Underneath looking to find Richter on a set piece. Ball scoots out of bounds. Touched last by the Vikings. This will be Dickinson State University basketball. So a tough turnover for the Vikings in that sequence. And Dickinson State will get the basketball back with 1:35 to play in the opening quarter of basketball. Angelica Shanrock into the front court for Dickinson State. Driving hard, take to the basket, got underneath and scores. Shanrock, first 2 points. That's an athletic play from the perimeter for Shanrock to score. And back to a 4-point lead is Dickinson State, 13-9. Backus driving baseline, kicking out. Head fake by Richter and a 3-point chance. She'll try to slide step her way back into the post, falling and kicks it back to Broughton, who will come right back to Richter in the right corner. Richter a stop, left-hand dribble, driving into the lane, found a spot, looking to double pivot, instead kicks it out. 3 on the way, left corner, up and off from Broughton, but an offensive rebound for Ellie Powell, and the Vikings are back to work. Schwinghammer off the dribble from 15. That rattles around. Ball out of bounds, last touch by Richter, and it will go back to Dickinson State. That offensive rebound stick back just hasn't been there for the Vikings so far today. J.C. Richter is usually very crafty at getting the board. 6.2 rebounds per game for a player that's 5 feet 7 inches tall in this league. That's saying something. Dylan steadily into the front court for Dickinson State. Right side, drive by Temple into the corner. Garfield for 3 is short. Rebound to Broughton, wants to run. She's 2-on-2 up the floor. Numbers catch up. She'll pull it away. Backus on the right sideline. Crossover dribble, takes hard to the basket. It scores. That's a nice play for Olivia Backus. Backus getting in there and scoring, and that's an awkward shot to make for Olivia Backus. Hard take to her left hand to hit it. Shot clock and game clock nearly synchronous at this point, maybe a second differential. Up top, Angelica Shanrock, crossover again, got loose in the paint. Kicks it out right side. 3 on the way, comes up strong from Carson Temple. Rebound picked up by Backus. The Vikings have 10 seconds to work with if they can run. Broughton into the front court with 5 seconds left of the quarter. Broughton picked up her dribble. Clock's down to 3. Backus a deep 3 at the horn. That's no good, and we'll go to the second quarter with Dickinson State leading in a defensive struggle. At the end of a quarter of play, your score on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. The Blue Hawks 13, the Vikings 11. Your second quarter is on the way next. This is our coverage of Viking basketball, VCSU Athletics on YouTube, as well as the I3G Media Network. We're back with more next.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com. Welcome back to Viking basketball as we start the second quarter of play. Valley City State trailing by a score of 13-11. They trailed 7-0 to start the game. Olivia Backus for 3 in the lead, comes up short, and a rebound run down by J.L. Garfield for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks into the front court with a 2-point lead. They led by 7-0, got back up on top by 4, currently 2. Shanrock just muscling her way to the glass and scoring again. The Vikings have really given a lot of ground to Dickinson State's dribble penetration. Shanrock takes advantage and scores. Lead back to 4 at 15-11. Powell on the left side of the floor handing off to Tiana Schwinghammer. Schwinghammer a stop, back to Broughton on the top of the key. She'll work left, got inside to Powell. Her pull-up block, got her own miss. Back to the basket with the left hand. Ellie Powell will score. First scoring today for Ellie Powell. Vikings needed her in that situation. Powell didn't play a lot of minutes in the last matchup for Valley City State, so having an opportunity to shine early. 3 by Shanrock, left corner, drills it. And Angelica Shanrock scoring her 7th as she's left wide open in the corner. Not sure if a rotation forgot about her, but nonetheless, she was left with all day to take a shot. Hits it, and the Blue Hawk lead is back to 5 at 18-13. Brought a couple of crossover dribbles into the corner for Backus, and she stepped on the baseline. Paul go back to Dickinson State. Substitution for the Vikings coming up. At the end of the athletics replay, take a look at this play from Olivia Backus. A drive to her left hand, off balance in the lane, off a bump, falling away. Hits a that time from Ellie Brown, actually from Olivia Backus. The Vikings right now down 5 and looking to avoid going down by 3 possessions as they did start the game. Shanrock driving, picks through defenders, got her way underneath the basket, went to the floor to rescue a loose basketball, kicked it out to Kaylin Garza. Left side for Cone along the baseline. 6-foot pull-up that was challenged, is missed, and the rebound to Backus for Valley City State. New to the game for the Vikings, Sophie Bachmeyer, 5'6" sophomore. Powell inside, falling away, missed it short, and the rebound to Cone for Dickinson State. 8 minutes to play till the break. Dickinson State leading by a score of 18-13. Garza on the top of the key. Bounce pass wide open underneath, and the cut is McKenna Hauer. Actually, Carson Temple, my apologies. Temple to the basket scoring. And this match is the biggest lead of the night for the Blue Hawks at 20-13. Bachmeyer top of the key, working right side, fronted all the way by Angelica Shanrock. They go into the post. Richter trying to get up and under, and a foul coming up. J.L. Garfield got stuck trying to defend J.C. Richter underneath. Richter knew she had the angle, and Garfield will pick up the foul. Some changes. The Vikings will send Aubrey Prunty into the matchup, 5'6" senior from Weatherville, California. Dickinson State will re-enter Kyrie Aldridge, who got some minutes off the bench in the opening quarter. And they'll also re-enter Jada Clarkson. Dickinson State a little bit deeper than the Vikings in their latest games, as we see Richter knocking down her second point tonight on a foul shot. Dickinson State regularly going about 10 deep on their roster. The Vikings really played 8 strong. Ellie Powell becoming the 9th here today, and Ellie Powell can definitely be more of a top 8 rotation player for Valley City State as Richter knocks down the back end. But in the last matchup for the Vikings last weekend, it was 8 pretty firm inside. Dickinson State a little bit deeper than that. A step in by Aldridge, reversal back to the near side. Temple looking out top of the key. Garza deep 3 hits it. Big 3-point shot for the leading scorer for Dickinson State. Kaylin Garza makes it an 8-point Blue Hawk lead at 23-15. Backus trying to back her way in. Got to the left block, went to the basket, missed it. Rebound poked out of bounds by Backus, and Dickinson State will get it back. Chance now for the Blue Hawks to go up by double figures in the matchup as they lead 23-15, 7 minutes to play in the opening half on our LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Cone looking up to Garza on the high post, back to Clarkson, and now left corner for Steadily. Correction, that's not Steadily, Aldridge, my apologies. Stop for Garza, back at Cone on the right sideline. Cone turning towards the corner, head fake there, and a drive in by Temple, pulls up on the basket, missed it. And the rebound goes loose in the paint where it's finally pulled down again by Aldridge. She'll muscle her way to the glass. Count it, 1. Aldridge going in to score. And it's been that kind of night for Dickinson State getting to the basket. They're getting some contact to go their way, and they'll get a foul from J.C. Richter. First bucket for Aldridge. Take a look at it again. Next replay, and you'll see this play. Missed shot. Ball comes back to the perimeter. And this is Aldridge, and watch the muscle that she just kind of puts in, forcing J.C. Richter out of the opportunity that she wanted right in front of the basket. And we'll see J.C. Richter stepping off the floor for the Vikings. The Vikings will enter Cassidy Shute, 5'7" freshman from Austin, Minnesota, as Aldridge finishes the 3-point play, and the lead is 11 for Dickinson State. 26-15 here at the Jamestown Civic Center. Prunty with the basketball, looking left side. Finding it away on the left wing to Ellie Broughton. Ellie Powell on the top of the key for the Vikings. Walking the dribble towards the right. Bray Enebo has re-entered the game for Dickinson State. A step towards the left. Prunty trying to drive in. Enebo may have been called for a foul. Bray Enebo will pick up her second. This might force the hand of Dickinson State. Head coach Eric Nelson up off the bench. Takes a look down the bench and is going to send Sadie Stevenson to the table. 5'10 sophomore hometown gal from Dickinson, North Dakota. But Annabo picking up her second foul, and with 6:17 to play of the quarter, Dickinson State wants to preserve her status in the game. Broughton driving into the lane, open, kicking down Spacer. She'll score. Nice play for Valley City State. Broughton the dribble, drive, and draw. It opens up Spacer. The Vikings get back to within 9 at 26-17. Ball right side of the floor, taken up by Kyrie Aldridge. Driving left-handed, turns it back to the top of the key for McKenna Haug. Haug towards the right. Clarkson backing her way in, and a foul coming up as Broughton came over to front to shot with Clarkson. Vanessa Johnson not happy about the foul call. Ellie Powell will pick up her first. And again, Dickinson State has really had an opportunity to dribble downhill, as they say, and the shoulder, the contact, all of that. So far, no whistles on that offensive look. Jada Clarkson hits her first foul shot of the day and becomes the seventh Blue Hawk to score. And she'll knock down both ends. Lead back to 11 for Dickinson State at 28-17 with 5:50 to play here in the opening half. Ellie Powell on the top of the key. Prunty cuts baseline. Ball comes back out to Broughton on the left wing. They'll go back into Powell. Little triangle on the left side of the floor. Here's a cut by Shute. Nice looking play. Shute to the basket will score. Cassidy Shute coming up with a play to break down the Dickinson State University defense. The Vikings back within 9 at 28-19. Ball on the top of the key, drive by Aldridge, spin move in the lane, got loose, and a foul coming up. Powell standing in the vicinity, arms up, whistle's going to blow. It'll be on the body, I believe, and that's what it's going to be. And Aubrey Prunty will pick up the foul. It won't be on Powell, it'll be on Prunty, her first, the third against the Vikings, only one foul to give. Let's go back. VCSU Athletics replay. Watch this breakdown. They run triangle left side, screen set. Ball goes inside. Here comes the cut from Shute. Great look by Powell to get her the basketball, and that's a very painful get in there and make something happen. First foul shot is good. The second foul shot is good. Both will be good for Kyrie Aldridge. Aldridge now has 5 for Dickinson State, and the lead is once again 11 at 30-19 for the Blue Hawks with 5:15 to play. The opening half of basketball. Powell, top of the key, finding Spacer, back to Powell, cutting to the basket. Hit from behind, no whistle. Valley City State's bench is not happy. Ball into the front court, Dylan steadily for Dickinson State. Stop, looking near side, finding Aldridge. Shoulder down, burrowing her way to the basket. She'll be called for a travel. And Aldridge just a little bit limpy as she got back up on the floor. And that catches head coach Eric Nelson's attention. He's going to go a little further into his bench coming up here when he has the opportunity. Vikings into the front court, down 11. They need some stops and some offensive success in a hurry. Ball right corner with Broughton taking a look in. Shute looks high-low, it's not there. Now Spacer finding the high-low with Powell, and Powell will score. Nice play again for Ellie Powell, who's got 4 points. Both here, both buckets in the quarter. Vikings drop back, looking to find a stop with the lead cut to 9 for Dickinson State at 30-21. Backdoor cut, no one home. Vikings get the defensive stop. And we'll get the basketball back. Kaylin Garza re-enters for Dickinson State. And we'll also see entering the game Izzy Kelly, 5'8" freshman from Cheyenne, Wyoming. But before that, a media timeout here at the Jamestown Civic Center. 4:25 to play first half. Dickinson State 30, the Vikings 21. Viking basketball will continue in just a couple of moments.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula, 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. The Vikings back within 9 following the media stoppage. They have the ball after Ellie Powell getting to the basket and scoring. for Valley City State to cut into an 11-point lead for Dickinson State, their biggest so far today. 30-21, the Vikings down by 9. The takeaway as Kaylin Garza comes up with a basketball for the Blue Hawks, with the Vikings attempting to work the post. Blue Hawks back in the front court. Jada Clarkson to the high post for Garza, faking a couple of hands with McKenna Haug on the flex. Haug will take it out of the right corner. Haug is stopped, looking towards the near side. Dylan steadily trying to draw a defender to her left. Inside to Garza, and a foul coming up against Powell. Ellie Powell will be called for her second. This Viking team has been working with Ellie Powell to get her to go to the basket rather than falling away from it, and we've seen a couple of really nice possessions for Powell doing that in this quarter, and when she does, she can be a dominant factor with her hands on the basketball. Garza knocks down the front end. And Dickinson State has been very good shooting foul shots. My numbers have them 8 of 8 from the foul line here to start the game, make them 9 of 9. And Garza didn't take long to stare those down, just very simply stepped into a couple of dribbles and knocks down a couple of cool, calm foul shots to make it 32-21. Backdoor cut, Prunty for the Vikings will score. Aubrey Prunty gets into the back door. Os Leeson was able to find her on a backdoor cut. The Vikings have had better success getting to the basket here in this second quarter rather than having to rely on the outside shot. And a ball knocked loose as Cassidy Shute steps into a play for the Vikings, taking one away from Dylan Steadily. The Vikings back into the front court, currently trailing by 9 at 32-23, and we'll see a foul coming up against Steadily, pressuring the basketball on Cassidy Shute. That will be the 4th against Dickinson State of the quarter, so each team is now with the penalty advantage for the remainder of the quarter. Ball to Shute broken up, but she's able to pull it away. Ball right side of the floor with Ellie Broughton for Valley City State. Now on the top of the key, Spacier driving right side. Ball deflected loose. In fact, Clarkson didn't know she took it. She's got it, looks left side. Little backdoor cut, drive to the basket. Oh, good for Izzy Kelly, who steps into the matchup. Izzy Kelly stepping in and scoring her first bucket of the day. Izzy Kelly, a 5'8 freshman from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Lead back to 11 at 34-23, and a foul coming up. Looks like they're going to target Clarkson. And this will put the Vikings on the foul line to shoot the penalty. J.L. Garfield back in for Dickinson State. The Vikings will send J.C. Richter back into the matchup. That should have been the 5th foul. I'm not sure why they just put unless I saw a little bit early on the number. They had 3 up on the board a moment ago. I thought the 4th would go up on the previous foul. Richter posting up. Richter against Garfield inside. Kick out top of the key. Os Leeson's left alone for 3. Left it short. Vikings trying to save it. Cannot. And we'll go back to Dickinson State. 34-23. The Blue Hawks with an 11-point lead. And again, they're doing this in a way that their numbers would dictate they're going to do it. 9 of 9 from the foul line. Not a ton of field goals at this point. They've got 11 shots that have gone down. They haven't been able to really burn up the field, but they've done a lot of little things really well today, and that's why you've got 5 starters between 8-3 and 9-9 a game, and they can get it done in this fashion. Under 10 to shoot. A step back by Steadily on the top of the key. She looks towards the right side. Clarkson into Garza against Os Leeson. Garza falling away, misses off the front of the rim, and Richter comes up with a basketball on the rebound. Quick look of the floor. Punty didn't have an angle to drive to the basket. Vikings down 11 with the basketball. Less than 2 minutes to play in the opening half on the Rulaco Financial scoreboard. Os Leeson stepping right. Cassidy Shute on the right side. Bounce into Richter on the right block. Richter driving baseline. Head fake to the glass. Missed it. Got her own miss. Second effort. Counted and one for J.C. Richter. Richter, hard take to the basket. Took one off the head after coming up with her own rebound, and that is just vintage J.C. Richter. We're going to miss her so badly when she's gone. A senior that has played steadily 8 seasons for the Vikings, 4 in volleyball, 4 in basketball, and she's been so good in both of her roles in those sports. And Richter will go to the foul line now for the Vikings, trying to complete a 3-point play, and she does. Gets one to roll back in. Richter now 4 of 5 from the foul line. That will give her 5 in the quarter, 6 the game. The Vikings are back with an 8 at 34-26 with a minute 30 to play until halftime. And Helika Shanrock heading off towards the near side. A stop on the left wing for Aldrich. Shanrock in the right corner. Stepping back top of the key. Cuts hard to the basket. Pulls up on a fall away. Missed that one flat off the heel, and Asleason has the rebound. Viking can make it a two-possession game. Schwinghammer holding her pivot foot inside. Falling away in a chance. The ball goes loose, and it's won by Asleason. Schwinghammer from the foul line missing. Here's an O-board inside, taken by Richter. Richter curling back both directions to Asleason. Baseline jump shot strong. Schwinghammer had her hands on the rebound, and it's slapped out of bounds off the weak side by Kyrie Aldrich. Correct that. That'll be Izzy Kelly that slapped that ball out of bounds. And with 58.8 seconds to play, Vikings down 8 with another chance at the basket. They had a ton of offensive rebounds as of late. Ellie Broughton on the top of the key. Asleason just outside the foul line. Her mid-range jump shot won't fall. And the rebound won by Kaylin Garza on the floor. Dickinson State back into the front court. Set shot for three on the way off the heel of the rim. Rebound out to the perimeter, deflected loose after Kyrie Aldridge took the three. Ball into Garza, fall away, rolls in over Asleason. Kaylin Garza knocks down her 7th point of the quarter. Lead back to 10 for Dickinson State at 36-26. The shot clock's on right now by about 6 seconds. Shoot on the top of the key, looking left side. Found Schwinghammer, left corner for J.C. Richter. Richter a stop, back to Schwinghammer off the right. Schwinghammer trying to drive, got fronted by Kelly, stops in the lane, comes back to Asleason. She'll go hard to the basket. Count it, one for Abby Asleason. Asleason cutting to the basket and scoring, and a great take to the basket with her left hand as Carson Temple will end up picking up the foul for Dickinson State. And this will put Asleason on the foul line with 11 seconds to play, trying to cut the lead back to 7. The foul shot is short. She's had a tough time in the mid-range today. Asleason with 5, 36-28, final possession of the opening half. Ball top of the key with Aldridge. She'll step towards the left, being chased around by Shoot. Throws one up at the horn, that's short, and that will be the end of the opening half of basketball. Well, the Vikings fell behind 7-0. Took a while to find their offensive groove. Went down by 11, and since then it's been a bit of a war of attrition between the Vikings and Dickinson State, with the Blue Hawks taking an 8-point lead into halftime. Your score at the end of the opening half: Dickinson State 36, Valley City State 28. We'll come back with your halftime numbers and a look at our first half highlights as well as we continue along with our coverage of Viking basketball today from the Jamestown Civic Center in Jamestown, North Dakota. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and also on i3G Media Sports, part of the i3G Media Network on KOVC. Halftime's next.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. and while you determine the direction you'll go. We're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball today on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and also on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC, part of the I3G Media Sports Network. Brian Cunningham and Elijah has our video work today from the Jamestown Civic Center. Again, our home away from home today as the Vikings trail Dickinson State by 8 by a score of 36-28. We welcome you back to the Jamestown Civic Center. Again, mechanical problems at Valley City State that caused some water to end up on the playing surface, and at least for now, the surface not cleared to be played upon, and they'll be finding out more about that on Monday, and we'll go through more of that as we continue with halftime, along with what the weather implications are for the weekend. All that coming up as we get into our halftime report here, so stay with us for that, and we'll get there. As far as this game goes, Dickinson State scoring the first 7 points of the game, and the Blue Hawks really kept the Vikings at bay, trying to find the basket, trying to get to the basket. Everything was from the outside in the early moments. The Vikings did find some success loosening things up by perhaps playing a little bit more of a speed type of game, made a couple of substitutions to try to get the full court play going, and hit a couple of threes at timely times, but not enough of them as of late. The Blue Hawks have led by as many as 11. They currently lead by 8. The Vikings shot just 29% from the field at 10 of 34 in that first half of play. Dickinson State shot 40% from the field at 12 of 30, and the Vikings were 2 of 13 from the three-point line. The Vikings had 9 offensive rebounds. They were even at 21 apiece in the rebounding category, but the Vikings out-rebounded Dickinson State 9-5 on the offensive glass and still just couldn't get a putback or two to try to change the way that the lead was circulating. And so right now it remains an 8-point lead for Dickinson State as we go to the halftime report. Now, for those of you that are with us on the video side, we'll go through our highlights. And again, on the radio side of things, you can find the exact same broadcast that you are enjoying on the radio side by going to the video side of things, VCSU Athletics on YouTube. You can take it in. It's the same broadcast, same sponsors, and you have the opportunity to check out the highlights as well. But for those of you on the radio side, we'll talk you through them as we make our way into it. We go early in the game, the Vikings trying to find some success, and this is Olivia Backus right at the end of the opening quarter, tough off the Euro step inside, took a bit of contact but scored without being able to square up. Vikings trailed at the end of the opening quarter by a score of 13-11, but then this was Dickinson State's play. Look at the muscle that goes in there. Aldridge getting the and one against J.C. Richter with that shoulder down. Dickinson State did that a lot throughout the first half of play. The Vikings trying to counter. They look inside. This is Ellie Powell finding Cassidy shoot. That's a beautiful play to break down the defense. The Vikings did more of that as the game went on. And then towards the end of the opening half, J.C. Richter, her own miss, right back to the basket with an and one that she would complete. J.C. Richter having a nice job of taking care of the rebounding highlights that we had for you in the first half of play here today. Individual numbers for Dickinson State, they were co-led by Kaylin Garza and Angelica Shanrock, who had a really solid second quarter, did Shanrock, each scoring 7 to co-lead Dickinson State. Bray Enebo knocks down 6 and didn't play much in the second quarter due to some foul trouble. That might be the reason why the Vikings had some success in breaking things down defensively. Kyrie Aldridge had 5, as did J.L. Garfield for Dickinson State. Carson Temple with 2, Izzy Kelly with 2, and also Jada Clarkson with 2 for the Blue Hawks. And they shot well from the foul line. The Blue Hawks were 9 of 9 from the foul line in the first half, and you could see some of that 7 of 7 in the second quarter for the Blue Hawks. The Vikings led by 6 from J.C. Richter, 1 field goal, 4 of 5 from the foul line on her own. Abby Osleeson, a 3 and a 2 for 5. Olivia Backus with 4. Ellie Broughton hit 1 3-point shot. Ellie Powell had 4 in the first half as well. Kind of missed on that. Ellie Powell with 4 and some really, really good looks at the basket for the Vikings. And we'll see if they can't coax some more of that out of her as we get into the second half of play. But 4 for Ellie Powell, 2 apiece for Aubrey Prunty, Madison Spacier, and Cassidy shoot, and the Vikings find themselves down by 8 at 36-28 at halftime. That's your halftime summary, and your halftime report is brought to you today by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Call Rambo for your promotional items and also for your promotional apparel, and put your logo to work at Rambo. Rambo, proud of their sponsorship with Valley City State University Viking Athletics. Contact Matt at Rambo and find out what Rambo, R-A-M-B-O-W, Rambo, can do for you. Well, we'll take a break. We'll come back and try to break down what the weather situation has in store for us this weekend, and also give you a bit of a preview of the Viking men's matchup that we have coming up, and try to sort out the situation with the gym floor as well. There's a lot of things that are going to be variables, you could say, for the Vikings going forward. The Vikings trail by 8, 36-28 at the halftime report. This is your coverage of Viking basketball on the I3G Media Sports Network on KOVC, and also on VCSU Athletics on YouTube. And we're back with more in just a couple of moments. Stay with us.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball, I3G Media Sports, and also on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Valley City State at their home away from home today, the Jamestown Civic Center. And they trail by a score of 36-28 to Dickinson State University in the women's half of our doubleheader. Now, still to come, the men's half of our doubleheader. And the Viking men set to take on a Dickinson State team that was beaten last night by Mayville State 80-76 at the Louis Lee Fieldhouse. The Viking men coming into the matchup 1-10 inside Frontier Conference play, 11th out of 12. And again, wins are necessary here if you're going to make the conference tournament. Only 8 will make it, so there's an elimination round, you could say, going on in the regular season. The Vikings are 5-11. Dickinson State's in that number 8 spot right now, struggling to stay in conference tournament contention. They're currently 8th in the league with a 3-9 mark and 5-13 in the overall. And that game comes up after the women's matchup is completed. For those of you on KOVC, we'll have regular programming for you for a bit between games. And on the video side, we'll keep the static shot on the floor so you can tell where we're going to be going forward. Now, As far as our weather and what that means at this point, let's get back to that. So the National Weather Service has issued a blizzard warning for our area. We are on the very southern end of that blizzard warning, so we'll see if the storm tracks late, misses us, that type of thing. There are a lot of possibilities that can happen when you're on the very southern end of the blizzard warning area. The blizzard warning will go just as far south as Lisbon, Foreman, basically the South Dakota line down to Wahpeton, and then up through the Red River Valley, both sides of the Red River, North Dakota and Minnesota to the Canadian border. Fargo, Devils Lake, Grand Forks, Detroit Lakes, Fergus Falls, Thief River Falls, all included in the blizzard warning. What that means as far as basketball, again, if the Vikings are not allowed to travel, and apparently if a no travel advisory is issued, then that usually means they're not allowed to travel. So if the Vikings aren't allowed to come back here tomorrow, even though Stutzman County's not in the blizzard warning, that's the interesting part of it. They're in a winter weather advisory, but if Valley City State's not allowed to travel, then the game with Bismarck State College would be pushed. Now you would think, okay, let's play Monday, but Bismarck State did not want to travel today to go to Mayville. Bismarck State was to play Mayville today, and they moved their game with Mayville State to Monday. So right now the thought process is the Vikings would play either Bismarck State or Mayville State on Tuesday. Mayville State has been tentatively on the schedule for Tuesday, even though Saturday is the scheduled date. They were keeping Mayville State on Tuesday in case they lost a conference weekend due to weather between the start of the year and now. Then they would have played 3 games next week. Well, they're not going to lose a whole weekend, but if they do lose Bismarck State tomorrow, Bismarck State's not available on Monday, so the Vikings would likely play someone on Tuesday. But we're not sure who, and we're not 100% sure where. If it was Bismarck State, it would figure that it would be back here at the Jamestown Civic Center. If it's Mayville State, they may decide to play that game elsewhere. They would rather, I believe, play in Fargo if they had the opportunity. I know that these games, they looked around at the various college establishments in Fargo, but everybody was at home this past conference weekend for their respective schools, and so there was just no chance to get on the floor. So the schedule definitely in flux, but if we lose tomorrow, you could expect Tuesday to be the next game for the Vikings, and then a game next weekend as well. But that's the best we can do for you right now. We'd love to tell you more. It's 36-28 Dickinson State as we start the second half of play. And Allie Cohn with the basketball, throwing it away. Tiana Schwinghammer with a steal for the Vikings and saving a ball in bounds in front of the Dickinson State bench. Spacier pulls up for 3 in transition, misses off the heel. Schwinghammer going to work for a basketball, comes up with a held ball, and the Vikings left possession of the arrow to give them the possession of the basketball. So the Vikings getting another bite at the apple, down by 8. They've trailed by as many as 11, 36-28. Schwinghammer will inbound the basketball for the Vikings. Turns it out top of the key, finding Ellie Broughton. Near side Richter, jab stepping towards the left, coming back right, hard take to the basket, missed it off the heel. Good look. She usually doesn't miss those. That one comes up strong. And the rebound to Dickinson State in the form of Angelica Shanrock, who had a really nice second quarter for the Blue Hawks. High post to Garza, off to the near side for Allie Cohn. Cohn taking a look inside. They'll try to turn it back to the top of the key, and it's broken up. Schwinghammer 2-on-1 up the floor with Broughton. Finds Broughton off the glass, and Broughton will score. Nice 2-on-1 breakout. Picture-perfect pass over the defense from Schwinghammer to Broughton, and Broughton will score to cut the Dickinson State lead to 36-30. On top, Bray Enabo back in the game. Shanrock casting for 3, missing. Rebound pulled down by Spacier for the Vikings. Chance to cut this back to 4, possibly 3. Vikings up front. Richter on the right wing. Cross to her left hand, backs in, kicks out. Osleson head fake to try to draw Garza. She'll turn it back to Schwinghammer, flexing from the right side. Back off to Osleson, a 3-ball. Rattles in and out. And rebound Allie Cohn. The 3-point line continues to mystify the Vikings. 2 of 13 from the 3-point line in the first half. Garza back to Cohn for Dickinson State. They lead by 6. Ball poked into Enabo and a foul against Osleson, trying to prevent the post-entry pass. Osleason's second foul. And an inbounds play will come in from Dickinson State in the front court. Blue Hawks now moving from our left to right. and scoring on what would be the west basket here at the Civic Center. Ball top of the key for Bray Enebo. Enebo looking towards the right side. 3 on the way from Garza. Rattles through, rolls off. Boy, that was 2/3 of the way down and wanted to fall in on the double kiss, if you will. Broaden back to Spacier for the Vikings in transition. Top of the key, Osleason working right. Hands to Richter. Set a screen for her as well. Richter driving in a stop. Pulls up right in front of the basket, scores. J.C. Richter scoring her 8th. So many times she's been able to do that where a defender will sag off of her first move, and she's left at point-blank range right in front of the basket. Vikings back within 4 at 36-32. Garza in the post against Osleason. Enebo has a ball spiked loose, late whistle. Madison Spacier is going to be called for a foul. Spacier will pick up her first. Vikings trying to deny Enebo inside. Enebo an 8.3 point per game scorer for Dickinson State. 1 of 5 players that comes into the matchup averaging between 8-3 and 9-9. Again, a very balanced unit. Enebo backing in on Osleason, took an extra step. That's a travel. Enebo trying to back in. Vikings are back within 2 at 36-32, 7:35 to play in the third quarter on the LaRue-Lacka Financial scoreboard, and Valley City State back in the front court. Ball on the top of the key with Ellie Broaden, working right side, Schwinghammer to the top, Richter, a head fake to draw defender, hard drive to the basket, falling away left side of the baseline, and missed that one short. J.L. Garfield comes up with the rebound. Blue Hawks back up the floor, still sporting a 4-point lead. And Helika Shanrock with a jab step, back to Garfield on the top of the key. Viking zone defends the basketball out of bounds. Garza averages 9-9. Kyrie Aldridge off the bench at 9-6. And Helika Shanrock 8-7. Bray Enebo 8-3. And J.L. Garfield inside. They kick to Garza, who will score. Garza will be the recipient of a foul and an and one opportunity fouled by Spacier. That's the first scoring for Dickinson State in the second half. Garfield, as we were mentioning, averaging 8-3. Those are their big 5 scorers. Enebo will step off the floor for the Blue Hawks. And Garza will go to the foul line, looking to complete a 3-point play, and she does. Just like that, the Blue Hawk lead back to 3 possessions at 39-32. 7 minutes left to play in the third quarter. Ball top of the key, Richter coming back near side. Schwinghammer, Spacier in the corner. Spacier takes a look high and court wide, finding Schwinghammer. She's got a path to the basket, hard take, got fouled on the way in. Schwinghammer hasn't scored yet today, and they need her to do so. Tiana Schwinghammer is a very dependable player for Valley City State, and without Schwinghammer able to get into the scoring act, she's got an opportunity to be a big player. She's had some double-figure days. Transfer to Valley City State from East Grand Forks and Northland Community and Technical College. Second foul shot, neither will go down for Schwinghammer. So Schwinghammer comes up empty, and it remains a 7-point lead at 39-32. A couple of rare misses for Schwinghammer. Cone, left side of the floor for Kyrie Aldridge. Aldridge will stop, finding Shanrock back on the top of the key. High and court wide to the right side. Cone, a wide open 3, hit it out of the corner. Allie Cone first scoring. Lead jumps back to 10 at 42-32. With 6:25 to play in the third quarter. Osleason right side, Broughton left alone for 3. There's the answer. Been a while since Ellie Broughton had hit a 3. She's got 8. Vikings back within 7 at 42-35. Cone looking left side of the floor. Aldridge driving in, backs in on Osleason, and a foul coming up. Abby Osleason reaching over the top. And Osleason has her third. The Vikings will need to get some big minutes now from Ellie Powell. She will come back in along with Olivia Backus. And the Vikings will withdraw Osleason and Spacier. So the Vikings get a little bit smaller in this lineup. They've done this to try to flex some speed throughout the course of the night, however. In the meantime, Kyrie Aldridge at the line. First is good. Aldridge with a 6-point day. And by my numbers, 11 of 11 now from the foul line for Dickinson State. Second foul shot, and that will make it a 44-35, 9-point lead for the Blue Hawks as Aldridge 2 of 2 the stripe and has 7. Vikings with the basketball. Backus on the right side of the floor. A look in, comes down to Richter on the right block. Richter taking a look, stepping back out to the top of the key. Off a crossover dribble, flies a 3, missed it short, and Dickinson State will get the basketball back. Clock will stop with 5:50 to play here in the third. Vikings going to change up their defense again you're getting some verbal cues. It's going to be a little bit of a matchup 2-3 zone and a travel coming up against Cone. So the Vikings dropping back into a disguised defense, and that forced Cone to a quick decision. Vanessa Johnson, the head coach of the Vikings, kind of checking a play card, looking to see what she can run next. Almost a football approach to it. Taking a look to see what hasn't been done as of late, trying to change things up. 44-35, the Vikings down 9. Powell, right side of the floor for Richter. Crossover dribble to her right hand. Richter banging away towards the baseline. Hard take in on Garfield. Turned into a double team underneath the basket. We'll see a jump ball or held ball as Jalen Garza was able to step in and establish her defensive position. Dickinson State will get it back. You've seen many times J.C. Richter get that spot on the block and try to turn back using her pivot foot, but the Blue Hawks have been keen to that. They've forced a double down against her every time she's had the ball inside. Jalen Garza for Dickinson State over the top of the defense. Shanrock splitting a double team out of that zone. Got towards the right block, tried to kick it back to the perimeter, and Ellie Broughton comes up with a deflected basketball. Vikings into the front court off the takeaway. Broughton crossover, got hard to the rack and scores. Ellie Broughton going hard inside, and Broughton is to double figures with 10 points for the Vikings. Vikings cut the lead to 7, and now a loose basketball. Garza has this one ripped free, and the Vikings will get credit for a held ball. Backus steps in to earn the possession back for Valley City State. Play for Ellie Broughton again on the VCSU Athletics replay. Here's Broughton, crossover, hard take, baseline, got there and scores. And that play, a stoppage here at the Jamestown Civic Center. 44-37, Dickinson State by 7. We have more Viking basketball on the way in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand block. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Holland can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy. Welcome back to Viking basketball from the Jamestown Civic Center here in the Buffalo City of Jamestown, North Dakota. The Vikings home away from home for the weekend. We'll find out on Monday, so we're told, as to what the status of Viking basketball will be at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse for the future. After some water damage on the Viking floor, creates a situation where at minimum it has to be dried out, and they'll come in and evaluate what condition the floor is in coming up tomorrow to see if it's playable without risk of injury, rather Monday to see if it's playable without risk of injury. Powell with the basketball for Valley City State. Broaden off a screen. Hard take to the basket again and had that one blocked from behind. Basketball comes away with Dickinson State on the rebound. And a long look up the floor as Kyrie Aldridge tried to look for something on the baseline in transition that wasn't there. Kaylin Garza stepping left for Dickinson State. Back towards the left wing. McKenna Haug curling back on top, and the travel coming up against Haug. Haug frustrated, spikes the ball a bit. But two different officials blew their whistle on that one, so a travel that was seen. And the lead still at 7 for Dickinson State at 44-37 on the LaRue-Lacko Financial scoreboard. Ball right through the hands of Schwinghammer. She can't save it. Back to Dickinson State. Boy, those are errors that you can't afford to have when you're in a 7-point ball game and just haven't had the offensive success that you're looking for. Obviously, every possession just golden. Vikings widening out a 1-2-2 zone. Wide on the wings, matching up almost 3-2. Garza inside, backdoor, Clarkson reverse layup, good for Clarkson. They had a plan against it, did the Dickinson State University Blue Hawks, and Jada Clarkson will break up the zone and push the lead back to 9 for the Blue Hawks at 46-37. Powell hands off to Olivia Backus. Backus crossover, she goes hard to the rack. Scoop layup that's missed. Rebound out of bounds off of Powell. Vikings may have to look for, I know they don't want to resign on the three-point chance, but they've had some looks to the basket. They've kind of forced some things. That play for Backus really wasn't there, kind of an awkward shot. They may have to think about hitting something from the outside to try to loosen things up. Dickinson State can go back up double figures. They lead 46-37. Aldridge taking a look towards the left side. Steadily will come out and take the basketball. She curls back with the dribble, then reverses inside to Garza on a no-look pass. Off to Aldridge, cutting across the lane, pulls up off the heel and missed. Powell comes down with a rebound and hands off to Ellie Broughton. Vikings into the front court, down 9 at 46-37. Broughton to the right corner for Backus off a jab step. She'll step back on the wing. Hard run to the basket, foul coming up. Jada Clarkson, her second. Clarkson will pick up number 2. And the Vikings will earn foul shots. That will be just the second foul against Dickinson State here in the third quarter. And we'll see Kyrie Aldridge stepping off the floor. Carson Temple will check back in. First foul shot on the way is good for Olivia Backus. The Vikings still haven't entered Tilda Maritzen in the matchup so far here today. Second foul shot is on the way, and that is good. Had a little bit of a slim lineup in their last matchup. When we took a look at some of the players that played minutes, we didn't really see a lot of minutes for Ellie Powell out in Montana, for Tiana Schwinghammer out in Montana, but both of them playing well here today, and that increases the Viking depth. You get to about 10 players at that point, and Dickinson State's going to call for timeout after Jada Clarkson got trapped along the far sideline. So a timeout taken by the Blue Hawks, with the Vikings back within 7. 2:54 to play in the third here in the LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard. It's 46-39, Dickinson State. We're back with more Viking basketball next on i3G Media Sports and also on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. Stay with us. More Viking basketball on the way.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
KOVC AM Valley City and 96.3 K242CZ Valley City.
The voice of the Valley.
2 minutes, 54 seconds left to play third quarter. Welcome back to Viking basketball. The Vikings trailing Dickinson State 46-39. Was an 8-point lead at the break. The Vikings have been back to within as few as 4. Dickinson State is led by as many as 9 here in this third quarter of play. Blue Hawks started the game with a 7-0 run and have seen it cut to 2, but have never lost the lead since they took that 7-0 lead to start the game. 3 in rhythm for Garza, that's missed. Rebound fought for inside, and a putback off the glass for McKenna Haug will score. Haug, 5'10 junior, Culbertson, Montana, comes up with a bucket. Vikings down 9, 48-39. A drive by Backus. She'll kiss one off the glass, and Backus finds her way to her 8th point. Lead again trimmed to 7 at 48-41. 2:20 to play in this third quarter, and a ball out of bounds, last touched by Carson Temple. See a change as Bray Enebo will find her way back into the game. Enebo got in foul trouble in the second quarter. That kind of disrupted some rhythm. She had 6 first quarter points and hasn't scored since. Enebo in the high post for the Blue Hawks. Looking back towards the right side. Cut towards the basket for Carson Temple. Has to bring it back to the perimeter. Clarkson looking inside to Haug. That one tied up. Another held ball. Dickinson State will claim the arrow. Dickinson State will inbound underneath the west basket on our right. And Haug will inbound. She looks to the right side. Enebo comes over to get it. A look back towards the corner for Haug. Cut across the paint again. Turn back to Enebo. Mid-range jump shot for the post is missed, but a rebound run down underneath and put back by Clarkson at the end of the shot clock. That came up short, and the Vikings earn a Dickinson State turnover on a shot clock violation. Well, you get the feeling this is a big possession for the Vikings. Do you have the ability to turn this into a 2-possession game inside of 2 minutes to play in the third quarter? On top, it's Powell into Richter, got loose, pulls up, misses. Another opportunity for the Vikings in front of the basket, and they've had a cold night shooting the basketball. Vanessa Johnson frustrated after that one. Ball back up front for Dickinson State. Enebo kicking out. 3 on the way for Steadily is good. Boy, that's what it turns into. You got the chance inside to knock that one down, and Dylan Stadilli knocks down a 3-point shot to instead push the lead back to double figures. It's 51-41. Valley City State down by 10. Ball top of the key, picked up, and a 3-point shot on the way by Broughton is off the heel. Rebound underneath to McKenna Haug for Dickinson State. She'll push tempo. Stadilli had the ball in her hands, lost it. Turns it back out towards the top. Able to find McKenna Haug. Through the legs on Enebo, she'll rescue it. Jada Clarkson back off to the right. Schwinghammer will defend a ball out of bounds that was intended for Stadilli in the far corner. Dickinson State will inbound, and we'll see J.L. Garfield step back into the matchup for the Blue Hawks. Garfield taking a look into Enebo. Backdoor Garfield to the basket. Powell fouled her. Ellie Powell picks up her third personal foul. Much of this third quarter has been played without the services of Abby Osleeson on the bench due to foul trouble. Now Powell with 3 also. Schwinghammer will step off for the Vikings, but personnel issues could start to catch up with the Vikings now. First foul shot on the way for Garfield is short. Lead still 10 at 51-41. This was a chance for the Blue Hawks to establish a new biggest lead of the night. Second foul shot is good. The lead will grow to 11. Garfield now with 6 on the night, 52-41. Valley City State finds themselves down 11, waning moments of the third quarter with 40 seconds to go. Ball on the top of the key, head fake off the right by Richter, trying to pick her way to the basket against Garfield. A stop and a look, backdoor cut, and Broughton with a reverse layup will score. Valley City State still finding some ways to break down that defense of Dickinson State. Ellie Broughton with a 9-point quarter, an 11-point game. And was Vanessa Johnson just called for a technical foul or a warning? They're not setting up for foul shots. They may have issued a warning against the Viking bench. Vanessa's been frustrated about the lack of calls when her Vikings have been able to get into the post here throughout the course of the night. No foul shots though. Shot clock is on again, barely by about a 2-second differential. And Dickinson State trying to play for what is effectively the final possession of the third quarter of play. With 10 on the shot clock, they'll get started. Clarkson driving left. Got her way to the baseline around Powell. Looks to kick out to the foul line. Enebo with a jump shot hits it. Bray Enebo will count her 8th. The lead back to 11. Broughton gets one away, and it's off the heel of the rim. That will be the end of the third quarter. Dickinson State will take an 11-point lead into quarter number 4. It's 54-43 with the Blue Hawks leading the Vikings by 11 after 3 quarters of play on our LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We go to the 4th next. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on I3G Media Sports and VCSU Athletics on YouTube. And our 4th quarter is coming up next.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt, or visit us online at rambo.com.
We get restarted quickly here to go to the 4th quarter. Valley City State trailing by 11, 54-43. Powell with the backdoor cut for Prunty, who is fouled and will go to the line, trying to cut into a Dickinson State lead that is 11 points strong. Well, the numbers on this one continue to not favor the Vikings. 32.7% from the field. Dickinson State 42.9% when you're being outshot on your pseudo home floor as Prunty knocks down the front end, but outshot by 10 percentage points, it's just not going to go well for you. And the one that really stands out, the Vikings 3 of 18 from the three-point line. Second foul shot for Prunty rolls in. It's a little different look, particularly on three-point shots here with an open gym on the ends compared to being at home, but making no excuses. At some point you have to adjust, and 3 of 18 from the three-point line for this Vikings team, going to be tough to overcome. Lead cut to 9, and a jump shot from the left elbow, no good, off the back of the can for Bray Enebo. And the Vikings a chance to cut it to 7, maybe 6 on this trip up the floor. Prunty driving, looking into Powell, and a foul. Foul will go against Carson Temple and be the first against Dickinson State here in the 4th quarter.
On the box, number 30, Carson Temple.
Vikings will keep the basketball. Allie Cohn will return, replacing Temple. A couple of young players that they have from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Temple, Izzy Kelly, freshman, getting some minutes and good ones here. Broughton on the right side, driving in, had the ball poked loose as she got in. A foul coming up, maybe against Allie Cohn, reaching after the loose basketball. Cohn will pick up her first. Rather, that is her second personal foul, my apologies. And they've already got 3 against Dickinson State here in the fourth quarter, and we played just 42 seconds. Now an inbounds pass defended loose. And once more, Valley City State will step beyond the near baseline or near sideline and inbound the basketball. Backus on the top of the key, looking at Broughton off the right side. Broughton to stop, sending Backus back through. Ball back to Richter on top. Richter stepping in, kicking out. Backus in rhythm 3, left corner, hits it. Olivia Backus knocking down her 11th off the bench tonight. The Vikings crawl back to within 6 at 54-48, just under 9 to play in the fourth quarter. Screen set, Shanrock kicks to the right side for Cohn. A pull-up from 10 with the left hand, and Allie Cohn will answer. 5 points for Allie Cohn. Everybody that has played for the Blue Hawks has scored here today. That's the kind of balance they bring at you. Lead back to 8 at 56-48. The Vikings down 8. Broughton, a deep 3 from the right side off the front of the rim. Rebound down underneath for Dylan Stadilli for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks again a chance to go back up double figures. Stadilli on the right side, reversing to Cohn. It went through her hands. She'll rescue it, and now Prunty will be drawn as a defender. J.L. Garfield inside, finding Enabo, and a ball cut out of bounds by Aubrey Prunty as Allie Cohn tried to dash her way down the paint. Inbounds play from Cohn to the left side of the floor. Garfield has it. Reverses back to the top for Stadilli. High-low play with Enabo on the right elbow. She looks towards the left for Angelica Shanrock. A stop on the perimeter. Back to Enabo. Enabo has a flasher come through. Now Enabo sets the screen, and at the horn of the shot clock, short is Cohn. The ball will go back to Valley City State on another shot clock violation. Lead is 8 for the Blue Hawks. The Vikings desperately need a three-point shot to go down. Right now, 4 of 20 from the three-point line is Valley City State. Prunty on the right side of the floor, taking a look, being dared to shoot the 3. He comes back to Backus on the top of the key. Backus right side, crossover dribble, hard take, scoop layup, left hand, missed it short. And the rebound to Enabo, only to have it picked off by Broughton. And Broughton cuts to the basket. It'll be waved off as Broughton got in. That's the final foul that Dickinson State had to give here in the fourth quarter. Enabo will be called for her 3rd, and is on her way off the floor. Aldridge will return, and Garza will step back on the floor as well. But the Vikings now enjoy the penalty for 7:39 of the fourth quarter. Ball to the top of the key. Backus handing off towards the right. They look into Powell, left block against Garza. Fall away for Powell. Banked it strong, and Garza with a loose ball rebound. Dickinson State back in the front court, leading by 8. Garza coast to coast, left one short off the window. Rebound to Broughton, looking to run. Dickinson State gets back quickly defensively. Broughton just widens out, then goes to the glass with a finger roll layup and scores her 14th point tonight. Vikings again within 6 at 56-50. Shanrock to the top of the key for Garza. Towards the right corner, Shanrock catch and shoot 3 is strong. An offensive board inside. Aldridge will stick it back, and Dickinson State will call for timeout. The Blue Hawks will call for a stoppage with their lead back to 8 at 58-50 on the LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard with 7:02 to play in the fourth quarter. We have a timeout here at the Jamestown Civic Center. Stay with us, 30-second timeout, and we're back with more in just a couple of moments.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Timeout taken by Dickinson State with 7:02 to play in the fourth quarter. Dickinson State leading by a score of 58-50 over Valley City State. Front half of our doubleheader. Men's basketball coming up next. Dickinson State 3-9 inside conference play, 5-13 overall. The Vikings 1-10 in the league, 5-11 overall. Meanwhile, the Viking women trying to crack an 8-game losing streak. They fell behind 7-0 to start the game, got back to within 2, been down by as many as 11. They've been back within 6 here in the fourth quarter on a couple of occasions. Right now down 58-50, 3-possession game for the Vikings. Richter into the front court, handing off for Broughton. Cassidy Shoot back in the game. She'll give it away to the right for J.C. Richter. Powell comes out high to take the basketball. Powell back to Shoot, working right. Hard take, got inside, turns, looking for help and found Broughton out on the top of the key. Shot clock at 10. Broughton Euro step to the basket, left one strong. Shoot fighting for a loose ball rebound, got it. Vikings go back to work. Backus crossover, hard take, and fouled on the way to the basket. We're seeing the Vikings make a concerted effort to get to the foul line now, realizing that Dickinson State's already in the penalty. Any defensive miscue puts the Vikings on the line. Foul will go against Allie Cohn. It'll be her third. Backus at the foul line, daggers the front end. 12 points for Olivia Backus. Vikings back within 7 at 58-51. Second on the way for Backus is good. Another 6-point deficit for the Vikings, 58-52. Cohn in the backcourt, and the Vikings will apply some pressure. Player to player into the front court, no trap, but 3 players for the Vikings in the backcourt running with the Blue Hawks as they bring it back up front. Ball left side of the floor, picked up there by J.L. Garfield. Jalen Garza on the right into the corner for Shanrock. She'll drive right baseline, pulls up on a teardrop from 6, missed it. Rebound deflected to the perimeter. Broughton has it for Valley City State. A chance again to cut this down to 4 or possibly 3, and the 3 by Backus rims in and out. That was a great look for Olivia Backus. Hit every part of the rim, wouldn't go down. Dickinson State back in the front court, still holding a 6-point advantage. Shanrock looking in. Broughton comes out the defender. Hard take to the basket and a foul coming up. Broughton's frustrated. Foul will go against Ellie Broughton. That'll be her first personal foul. Now the Vikings have a legitimate gripe here. There's been a lot more contact allowed underneath when the Vikings have found the ball inside and had good inside position. And that one, not a lot of contact. Broughton backing up, and I think Broughton's conversation piece there is, if you're going to call me for that, you're probably going to have to get some others out there, as Shanrock knocks down the front end. That will give her an 8-point day. Dickinson State has 1 double-figure scorer so far. That's Kaylin Garza with 10, and that's just over her average. But Shanrock, averaging 8-7, now has 9. 9 for Kyrie Aldridge. And 8 for Bray Enable. They've done it exactly the way they want to do it here tonight. Balance. 60-52. Shoot, reverse layup. Count it. Cassidy Shoot. Hard take underneath the basket. Lost her to an injury earlier this year. 5'7" freshman from Austin, Minnesota. Now she's back. She was injured in the first games of the year against that Canadian team that we played at the beginning of the season. I can't remember their name at this point. Back on the top of the key, Kaylin Garza for Dickinson State. Lead cut to 6 at 60-54. Ball left side, poked loose. J.L. Garfield will go back to get it. Garfield stops, looking left side at Garza. Garza tried to make a cut, instead the ball inside to Cohn, can't find it. Cassidy Shoot with a takeaway. Vikings up the floor, down a player as Backus stumbled in the backcourt. Shoot will come back out on the top of the key, finding Backus, who's caught up. Backus, hard take to the glass, she'll score. Olivia Backus now with a 15-point day. The Vikings have cut the Blue Hawk lead to 4. Shanrock with some urgency, got to the basket and missed. The Vikings can make it a 2 or 1 point game with 4:35 to play in the fourth quarter of basketball. On top, ball with Richter, slipped out of her hands. It was defended loose. She couldn't hold the dribble. Back up the floor come the Blue Hawks, leading by 4 at 60-56. We get a media stoppage on the next dead ball. Shanrock high, trying to settle the team down after Dickinson State kind of got into the Vikings' mindset by running with the basketball in the last couple of possessions. Shanrock crossover, 10 on the shot clock, off to Garza, wide open 3, and she sticks it. Kaylin Garza with 13. The lead back to 7 at 63-56. 4 minutes to go. That's a key sequence in the matchup. Osleason in the next dead ball. 3 on the way by Broughton won't fall. And a rebound underneath pulled down by Aldridge for Dickinson State. Now the Blue Hawks can go back up 9 or possibly 10. On top of the key, Garfield looking right side for Garza. Garza steps back out by the circle, drifting towards the left side. Shanrock trying to get away from Ellie Broughton. Broughton stays with her. Ball goes back to Garfield. Allie Cohn on the right side. Cohn to the corner for Shanrock. Catch and shoot three nailed. Back-to-back threes for Dickinson State. Shanrock and Garza have pushed the lead to 10, and a timeout taken by the Vikings. 66-56, Dickinson State will take a 10-point lead. We have a 30-second stoppage, and we're back with more in a couple of moments on Viking basketball. Stay with us.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
The Vikings had pulled to within 4 a couple of moments ago, and back-to-back three-point shots by Kaylin Garza and Angelica Shanrock for Dickinson State have pushed the Blue Hawk lead back to 10. 66-56, Dickinson State by 10 with 3:20 to play in the fourth quarter. Shoot with a basketball following a 30-second timeout by the Vikings. Inside, Osleson posting up, missing. Looking for her own miss. Got it right back at Garza. Fouled on the second effort, and Osleson will find her way to the foul line. Foul's going to go against McKenna Haug. That'll be her second personal foul. And Abby Osleson's going to go to the foul line. I think we're short of media stoppage in here in the fourth quarter someplace. Osleson's at the line. First foul shot is good. Osleson with 6. Abby Osleson coming into the night averaging 9.9 points per game. Second foul shot is on the way. That will be good as well. And that will trim the lead to 8, 66-58. Dickinson State with an 8-point lead. The Vikings into some trapping pressure. Garfield dribbling in the backcourt, having to step away from pressure. Got it away towards the left side of the floor. Jada Clarkson will bring it across the stripe and goes to work on the dribble. Drives her way inside, look down low to Garza. Ball's on the floor. Vikings poke it loose. Broughton had it, lost it. It comes back out to Garfield in the top of the key for Dickinson State. Into Clarkson, stepping on Osleson, scores over Osleson. Jada Clarkson with 6. And we have a stoppage on the floor for some reason. Is there an injury? There is. And it's Ellie Broughton, and that's not good news for the Vikings. Broughton has had a knee injury for a good part of the season. We saw this aggravate earlier this year in the non-conference season. And right now it's that left leg that they're working on. So we'll see how this works out. But it's bad news for the Vikings. That's your leading scorer, 13 points per game. And Osleson still trying to work that knee out as the training staff is out there. Clock with 2:43 to play in the fourth quarter on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Doubtful, based on the way that Ellie Broughton is reacting right now, that she would play again here tonight. She's going to be helped off the floor. She's putting a little bit of weight on it, but we'll see what the Vikings do now going to work here. That's going to be a tough situation. Sophie Bachmeyer will step into the matchup for the Vikings. Bachmeyer, a 5'6" sophomore from Granville, North Dakota. But a three-point threat on the bench, presumably for the remainder of the game with 2:43 to go. So Valley City State going to have an uphill climb against the Blue Hawks, down again by 10 at 68-58. Bachmeyer into the front court, looks to the high post for Spacier, knocked loose, but Osleson was able to find the basketball. Osleson stepping towards the right, comes back to shoot, set a screen for her, and the ball defended loose. Jada Clarkson with timely hands. It goes back to Stadilli. She'll look towards the left baseline, was able to find McKenna Haug. Reverses back to the top of the key for J.L. Garfield. 2:18 to play. 10-point lead for Dickinson State. The clock their friend, and they want to use as much of it as they can. Ball was knocked loose from Clarkson, rolls into the backcourt. Bachmeyer goes back to get it, saves a basketball, and a timeout was taken by Valley City State. So the Vikings will call for a stoppage with 2:05 left to go. Still trailing by 10. It's 68-58. Viking basketball will continue in a couple of moments. Do stay with us. We're back with more next.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Vikings call for timeout with 2:05 to play in the fourth quarter. Vikings trailing 68-58. They've had their chances in this one, but have never led after giving up the first 7 points of the game. And now some desperation time for the Vikings. Ball on the near side, Sophie Bachmeyer. Ellie Powell on the bench. Actually, Ellie Broughton on the bench due to an injury. A fall away by Oslees in the lane comes up short. And a rebound underneath taken up by Stadilli. She'll look up the floor. McKenna Haug wide open in transition. Goes to the basket and scores as the Vikings are selling out on the press, obviously needing possessions. Lead to 12 now for the Blue Hawks at 70-58, their biggest lead of the night. Osleeson stepping right, hard take to the baseline, pulls up, misses off the glass. 90 seconds to go. Then the ball went loose, and we saw Osleeson go down to get it. Hands on her from McKenna Haug, and this will put Abby Osleeson on the foul line. Ellie Broughton is up and walking around behind the Viking bench, and I hate to say it because weather complicates everything, but the looks of it right now, the best thing that could happen for the Vikings at this point would be a storm day tomorrow against Bismarck State to give Broughton a day to heal, try to get back and give them some minutes on the back end of the conference weekend. Osleeson hits on the front end. That will give her 8. Lead cut to 11 at 70-59. 1:27 to go. And the second will cut the lead back to 10. And Osleeson's up to 9 points on the day. Just a couple of field goals for Abby Osleeson, but knocks down 4 of 4 from the foul line here in the fourth quarter. Blue Hawks with the basketball. Left side, Stadilli into Cohn on the left sideline. Cohn trying to step towards the right baseline. Got free, drives into the block, turned it back to the perimeter. Ball was knocked loose, but rescued on that left side by Jada Clarkson. Shot clock approaching 10 seconds. Game clock 1:05. Cohn steps away from pressure from Schwinghammer. 3 on the way by Garza, comes up empty. Rebound through the hands of one Blue Hawk. Cohn got it back, misses on a putback, but will go to the foul line with 59 seconds to go. J.C. Richter has her second. And this is going to put Allie Cohn on the foul line for the Blue Hawks. First is good. Well, Dickinson State looks to be on the precipice of coming up with a win, and would put them at a 4-9 mark in the conference as Cohn knocks down the back end. That will give her 7. 72-60. The lead is 12 for Dickinson State. Bachmeyer out to Richter. 3 ball on the way, short. That 3-point shot just never fell. Tiana Schwinghammer saves a ball inbounds and stumbles a bit coming off the playing surface, but apparently is okay. And the Vikings will inbound with 47.9 seconds remaining. Schwinghammer to inbound. Looks to the far side of the floor. Instead comes back to Bachmeyer on the top of the key. Back to the basket. Hands off. Schwinghammer pulls up for 3. Misses. Bachmeyer an offensive rebound. Stumbles a bit back out to the perimeter. Vikings back to work. Big day for Olivia Backus. She drives, and a foul on the floor will put Backus on the foul line. Well, take a look at those standings coming into the day, and Dickinson State 3-9 in the conference. They'll get to an even mark with Bismarck State College. Both of them sitting back of Bellevue. Bellevue at 4-8 going into the day, and that's the number 8 spot in the conference. That's the level you have to be. That's the bar if you're going to make your way into the conference tournament. Backus misses on the front end, gets one to roll in on the back end. Olivia Backus has had a very nice day for the Vikings. She has 8 of her 16 here in the fourth quarter, and Backus leading the Vikings right now off the bench. 72-61 with a half minute and some change to go. Inbounds pass to Clarkson, up the floor finding Angelica Shanrock. Garza on the left wing. And Garza and the Blue Hawks will dribble back out to the stripe. Looking to go to work on that clock some more. 25 seconds to go. Cone, couple of cross screens set. Richter comes out to pressure the basketball. Shanrock being bumped by Backus. Shanrock will pick up the foul against Backus. That'll be just the 4th against the Vikings, though, so no shots here. It does, however, turn off the shot clock. And so if the Vikings don't foul, very little reason to defend, and they're going to foul down by 11 with 16 seconds to go. Oh, that was actually the 4th team foul. My apologies. So J.C. Richter will be called for her 3rd. Cone stepping away. Clock to 10 seconds. Cone going court wide. And Dickinson State will dribble it out, I believe. Bachmeyer comes out, put a little pressure on Stadilli. But that's going to be the end of this one, and Dickinson State will send the Vikings to their 9th straight loss. Tough day for the Vikings offensively today. Just couldn't get it uncorked when it comes down to the offensive side of things. The Vikings end up shooting 31% from the field today. Dickinson State 42%. And the Blue Hawks defeat the Vikings by a final score of 72-61. We'll come back with your post-game numbers and a wrap-up of women's play next. This is our coverage of Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel. And also today on i3G Media Sports here on KOVC. We're back to wrap up next.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Round 1 of the books going to Dickinson State here today as the Blue Hawks defeat the Vikings in women's basketball by a final score of 72-61. Dickinson State will improve to 6-11 overall. The Vikings fall to 5-11. The Vikings now 2-10 inside Frontier Conference play. Dickinson State now 4-9, and the winning streak for the Vikings reaches 9 consecutive games after this one today. Dickinson State scored the first 7 points of this matchup. The Vikings spent the whole game trying to cut into that lead. They were back within 2 on a couple of occasions, but some really anemic offensive numbers for Valley City State do them in today. The Vikings are outshot 42.9% to 31.3% from the field, including 4 of 24 for the Vikings from the three-point line today. Dickinson State was 7 of 23. They weren't all that great for the three-point line either, but the Vikings at 4 of 24, that's just not going to work. Dickinson State was brilliant from the foul line, 17 of 18 from the foul line today. The Vikings 17 of 22. Dickinson State out-rebounds the Vikings 40-37. The Vikings had 14 offensive rebounds and managed just 61 points today, and that tells you how much the lid was on the basket for the Vikings today. Individual numbers in this one today. The lead for the scoring derby for Dickinson State today will go to Kaylin Garza. Garza scores 13 points this afternoon. And Angelica Shanrock with 12. a really, really nice day for Shamrock, especially down the close of the game today. 5 rebounds to go with that number for Garza today as well, along with their 13 points. Outside of that, no one else in double figures, but again, a host of support scoring that they had for today. Garza with those 13, and again, 12 with Angelica Shamrock. But we see 9 points today for Kyrie Aldridge. 8 points will go to Bray Enebo, who played very limited minutes this afternoon. Allie Cohn will finish with 7. J.L. Garfield will finish with 6 this afternoon. Also 6 points for Jada Clarkson. And we'll see McKenna Howe with 4. A pair for Carson Temple and a pair for Izzy Kelly. Also 3 today coming in for Dylan Stadilli. So again, that balanced scoring for Dickinson State was definitely a factor throughout the course of the day today. Olivia Backus finishes the game as the high scorer for Valley City State. 16 points today, 14 points for Ellie Brodden. She also had 5 rebounds, but her day came to an end with an injury. Abias Lisa makes her way out to a 9.5 rebound day. 8 points for J.C. Richter today. She finishes with 6 rebounds as well. 4 points apiece for Aubrey Prunty, Ellie Powell, and Cassidy Shute. Shute had a nice game today for Valley City State, and 2 for Madison Spacier. Again, the Vikings are beaten by a score of 72-61, and that will push the Vikings to a 2-10 mark in the conference, 5-11 overall. And the win for Dickinson State will improve their mark to 4-9 in the conference and 6-11 overall. That's going to do it for the front half of our Viking doubleheader. The men's half of our doubleheader is on the way in just a bit. For those of you on the radio side, we'll return you to regular programming. We'll be back here in just a bit with the start of men's basketball. And for those of you on the video side, you'll get the shot of the floor, you'll see the clock, and you'll know we'll be coming back in just a bit. The Vikings beaten in game number 1, 72-61. Stick around for the second half of our doubleheader from the Jamestown Civic Center next. Viking basketball will continue in just a bit.
This is 1490 KOVC AM Valley City and 96.3 K242 CZ Valley City.
The voice of the Valley.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Jamestown Civic Center. The Vikings home away from home for at least today. We'll find out if it's going to be the home away from home for tomorrow as well. Sometime tomorrow morning with another blizzard bearing its way down on Barnes County and the surrounding area. But tonight, we'll get one more game in for sure this weekend. Valley City State University will take on Dickinson State University tonight in the men's half of our doubleheader after the Viking women are beaten in the women's half by a final score of 72-61. Right now, the Viking men 1-10 coming into the night in the conference and 5-11 overall. Last night, Dickinson State was on the road. They were beaten by a score of 80-76 by Mayville State University at the Louis Lee. And that left Dickinson State in the number 8 spot inside the league, and that's key for the Blue Hawks right now. You don't make your way into the conference tournament unless you are at least 8th. The Vikings are just a couple of games out of that spot. So if they can find winnable games, they have every opportunity to fight their way back into a conference tournament berth. But Dickinson State will be fighting to defend that spot. Valley City State will be fighting to earn that spot. The Viking men are 5-11 overall. Dickinson State University 5-13 coming into this matchup. And so there are some implications for both teams on the line in this one, but Dickinson State and Valley City State in a couple of different spots in this one. And really, it's been a tough run for the Vikings. They picked up a win after running through kind of the conference without success in the early going. They had a really nice start to the season, and then the Vikings endured a long losing streak that spanned some 9 games before they came up with a win over the University of Providence by a score of 88-80 back on January 3rd. Last weekend, road trip to Rocky Mountain College, beaten 81-65, lost a shootout with Carroll College by a score of 93-88. And this Viking team has been playing a lot of shootouts so far this year. That really has been a story about Viking men's basketball. They have all the offensive capabilities in the world, but they have not been able to slow teams down, and teams have shot a very solid percentage against them throughout the course of the season. Right now, Viking opponents are shooting 49.7% from the field, and in the conference, that's over 50%, and that's something that stands out. The Vikings have to go to work on that number. The Vikings themselves are shooting 45.9% from the field right now. As for Dickinson State, well, when you're 3-9, you're obviously in a spot where you're looking for some consistency as well if you're the Blue Hawks. And the Blue Hawks have returned a couple of very talented players from past years that they've had while they've tried to put together maybe a little bit more of their roster throughout the course of this season. But as they come into the matchup tonight, they'll be led by Griffin Doty, averaging 16.4 points per game, and they've got balance with 4 players that can go out and average double figures any given night. So this is a Dickinson State team that's got some of the balance issues that we talked about, like their women had, and that balance seems to be pretty good. But teams are shooting pretty well against them as well right now, 48.5% from the field. That's not a great number. And Dickinson State hasn't shot it well from the three-point line this season, averaging just 30.2 from the three-point line. We'll come back, take a look at those full conference standings and get ready for the starters in this matchup in a couple of moments as we take you to game number 2 of our Viking basketball doubleheader tonight. It's the Vikings in Dickinson State, and we'll continue with our coverage of Viking basketball next on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and I3G Media Sports on KOVC, the voice of the Valley.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a two-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Welcome back to Viking basketball tonight. VCSU Athletics on YouTube and I3G Media Sports. Here on the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. We'll take a look at our starting lineups for Dickinson State and Valley City State University tonight as the Vikings and the Blue Hawks wrap up a conference doubleheader here at the Jamestown Civic Center. First of all, for Dickinson State University, our visitors tonight, the guards are Quincy Linton, a 6-foot junior from Skyway, Washington, and Griffin Doty, a 6'4" sophomore from Pleasant View, Utah. Also at guard is Datavius Frierson, a 6'5" junior from Chicago, Illinois. The forwards will be Cordell Stinson, a 6'5" senior from Reno, Nevada. And also at forward tonight, Nate Vicentin, a 6'8" junior from Spanish Fork, Utah. Derek Selvig is in his sixth season as the head coach of Dickinson State University. He's assisted by Jake Owsley. For Valley City State University, the guards are J.R. Sisson, a 5'11" senior from Lake Zurich, Illinois, and Caleb Larson, a 6'4" senior from West Fargo, North Dakota. Also tonight, at a guard position, forward position, Joel Nelson, 6'6" freshman from Devils Lake, North Dakota, and Logan Deal at forward, 6'6" junior from Smithfield, Utah. And Alex Lester will start inside tonight at the post, a 6'8" freshman from Akeley, Minnesota. Ryan Montgomery is in his 10th season as the head coach of Valley City State University Viking basketball. Let's take a look at the standings coming into tonight with Drive for the Title so you can see what's coming up. Bellevue University can't get a vote in the national poll despite being 15-3. I'm not sure why. 3-way tie at 10-2 inside the conference right now for first place. Bellevue, Rocky Mountain, Carroll, all 10-2. Montana Tech 9-3, as is Montana State Western. Montana Tech is ranked 15th in the country. Rocky Mountain College, Carroll College, Montana Western, all getting votes. Dakota State's fought their way out to an 8-4 mark. MSU Northern 6-6, Dickinson State 3-9. Then it's Mayville 2-10, Providence 2-10, the Vikings 1-10, Bismarck State College 1-10. So there's some movement to be had here in the bottom of the league, and you need to be in the top 8 in order to make your way into the conference tournament. We'll see how things go tonight here at the Jamestown Civic Center. Ball with Quincy Larson. He'll kick it out for 3 to the left. Griffin Doty knocks down a 3-point shot immediately, and the Vikings are down by a score of 3-0. Doty, their leading scorer on the season. We'll talk more about him coming up in just a bit. Ball top of the key with Logan Deal for the Vikings. Lester giving way to the top. Sisson on the way for 3 answers. J.R. Sisson is the leading scorer for Valley City State. He goes slashing in on a pass to Quincy Linton on the inbounds play. But Dickinson State will avoid the pressure, and they bring it back into the front court. We're tied at 3. A drive and a baseline teardrop look that will roll in. Griffin Doty's got 5. Doty, a very quick start for Dickinson State. And again, Their leading scorer, one of 4 that is in double figures per game coming into the night. It's 5-3. The Blue Hawks on top by 2. Sisson's got an open baseline. He goes to the basket and misses on a ball that rotates around the basket and won't fall. And Quincy Linton comes up with a rebound for Dickinson State. Still 5-3. Datavius Frierson into the front court, turns it over. Sisson up the floor with Deal, 2-on-1, and Sisson will take a mid-range jump shot in transition, hits it for 5. That was a good decision that was made by Dickinson State's Frierson to go with Deal and force Sisson out of the post, and Sisson just sticks the jump shot. Meanwhile, Viking pressure is broken, turn inside, shot missed short off the front of the rim by Vicenton, and the Vikings come away with the rebound with Alex Lester cleaning it up. We're tied at 5 after a minute and a half of basketball on the Rulaco Financial scoreboard. Deal setting a screen and roll Sisson. Kick out near side, 3 on the way by Joel Nelson, won't fall. Put back, Caleb Larson cleans it up and scores. And the Vikings take a 7-5 advantage on what has been an offensive slugfest in the first couple of minutes of this one. Quincy Linton on the right side, looking towards the right sideline for Frierson, but Frierson covered up. Linton will sneak his way into the front court on a little skip dribble. Comes back to Cordell Stinson. Back off to the right side for Linton. They look down low to Doty, trying to back his way in. Doty kicks out, now takes it back. Left wing flies for 3 and misses everything. And Logan Deal will reach out and scoop up the rebound for Valley City State. Vikings up 2 into the front court with it. And the ball with Logan Deal. Left side to Joel Nelson for the Vikings. And the ball skips off his leg and rolls into the backcourt. This is picked up and taken to the basket. And Stinson will go up and put it down with a 2-hand flush. Nothing dramatic, but Stinson goes up and puts down a dunk to tie the game at 7 apiece. Sisson up front for the Vikings. Looking at Logan Deal on the top of the key. Deal back to the right side for Sisson, stepping right corner, looks down low, the turn, Nelson counted 1. Joel Nelson, the young man out of Devil's Lake, absorbs some contact, finishes on a fall away and earns an opportunity to go to the foul line. Datavius Frierson will pick up the foul. That'll be his first. A couple of players to watch in this one tonight. We mentioned Griffin Doty, 16.4 points per game. Shoots it at a 44% clip, 38% from the three-point line, which makes him one of their more dependable three-point shooters as Joel Nelson finishes the three-point play. J.R. Sisson, 17.1 points per game, the leading scorer for the Vikings, a 43% shooter in his own right. 10-7, the Vikings on a three-point play have the lead. A 3 off the right side by Doty won't fall. Dickinson State with an offensive rebound back to Doty on the right side and a travel as he started right and came back left before he put it down. So the Vikings will take over on a turnover from Dickinson State. We'll see the ball thrown in on the far side by Logan Deal for the Vikings, and Sisson waits for it out in the middle of the floor for Valley City State. Sisson across will be defended. Britton Cranston has stepped into the game for Dickinson State University, an early sub, 6-foot junior from Dickinson, North Dakota. Sounds like a Trinity name, but I'm not 100% sure. Ball with Caleb Larson, left side to Lester in the corner. Lester a stop, back to Joel Nelson. Nelson stepping left, hard taking the lane, turn, fall away from 15 feet, hit it. Joel Nelson's off to a great start. 5 points for Joel Nelson in the early going. Freshman for the Vikings, but don't let him fool you. He's had some really nice numbers this season for Valley City State in his freshman year. Vikings up 12-7. Back door for Dickinson State. Vicenton turns and scores in the post. He got around a pair of Viking defenders and puts it down. Back to Joel Nelson, averaging 7 points per game. Has been there in the non-conference season and in the conference season. 3 rebounds as well, but those are good contributions by a freshman. Nelson drives, misses off the front of the rim, and you start to reach the point of the year for a guy like Joel Nelson where the freshman year is kind of over. Your team has played 16 games. That's really all of a high school season as Cordell Stinson gets inside and scores off the glass for Dickinson State, and the Viking lead has been cut to 1 at 12-11, but you'll probably start to see players like Alex Lester and Joel Nelson ascend a little bit in the second half of the year in their growth. Lester looking top of the key. J.R. Sisson a screen. Steps back towards the right with it. Finds Caleb Larson out in the perimeter. Deep 3 by Larson is off the heel of the rim. Rebound strong to the perimeter, and Britton Cranston runs it down for Dickinson State. Blue Hawks up the floor. Cranston off the body, and we'll have a foul on the floor coming up against Caleb Larson. Larson picks up his first for the Vikings. This will be a non-shooting foul. They indicated on the floor. And we'll see a pair of changes for the Vikings. Taylor Bryant Fry, 6'3 junior out of Stockton, California, and Jalen Johnston Jalen Johnson, my apologies, 6'7" freshman from Hobart, Indiana, will enter for Valley City State. Inbounds pass for the Blue Hawks right side to Ditavius Frierson. He'll look to the top of the key. Doty, a pump fake, kicks out to Cranston, a three that won't fall. Rebound loose to the perimeter, saved in bounds by the Blue Hawks. Johnson didn't go get that rebound, and Dickinson State gets another opportunity. Doty driving baseline, fall-away turnaround hits it. Griffin Doty knocks down a long two, rather. 7 for Doty. The lead back to the Blue Hawks by 1. Deal backing his way in, pulls up in front of the basket and scores. Logan Deal with his first 2 over Weston Zacher, a 6'8" sophomore from Elgin, North Dakota, that has stepped in on his first rotation of the night for Dickinson State. And Logan Deal with his first 2 pushed the lead back to the Vikings, 14-13. And now a whistle and a media stoppage will be taken here at the Jamestown Civic Center. So a stoppage for media with the clock at 14:52 to play in the opening half. It is a 14-13 Viking lead in the early going. More Viking basketball coming up in a couple of moments. Do stay with us on VCSU Athletics on YouTube and also on i3G Media Sports.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball, i3G Media Sports, KOVC, and on VCSU Athletics on YouTube. It's 14-13, Valley City State leading by 1 over Dickinson State University out of the media stoppage. Zacher inside for the Blue Hawks, kicking out to the top of the key. Crankston looking down to the left. Jake Daniel, who's been with this Blue Hawk club for a while, looks inside the post for Ditavius Frierson, and his distribution back to the perimeter knocked away. The Vikings will take over on a turnover. Valley City State into the front court. Bryant Fry looking into Jalen Johnson on the post. He's going to pull up from 15 in the baseline. Missed it strong, and Grindy going to be called for a foul on the rebound. Or is it a Dickinson State foul? Yeah, they're calling the foul on Grindy. They set up a little awkwardly after that foul was called, but Caden Grindy also checking in. 6'4" senior out of Spring Grove, Minnesota. Grindy picks up his first foul. The Blue Hawks will get the basketball back. Cranston against the trap. Daniel looking right side. Griffin Doty out of the right corner drains a 3. Dickinson State has 10 from Griffin Doty already, and we played less than 6 minutes of basketball. A drive by J.R. Sisson, kick out. Grindy's left alone for 3. That's off the heel of the rim. Rebound to Zacher on the left side. Big Weston Zacher, 6'8", thick through the shoulders as well. This kid has got post player written all over him. Ball to the right corner. Ditavius Frierson for the Blue Hawks. Looks at Cranston out on top. Jake Daniel. Nope, this is Doty again. 13 in the early going for Griffin Doty as he is splashing from all over the floor. And the Vikings are down 5 by a score of 19-14. Ball on top with J.R. Sisson for Valley City State. Vikings need an answer. Jalen Johnson out on the perimeter. He'll be defended strongly by Frierson. Johnson taking a look in. We've got a whistle away from the basketball. It'll be a foul on the floor against the Blue Hawks. Jake Daniel will pick it up. Daniel's been around this Blue Hawk program for a while. Senior at 6'3", out of Dickinson, North Dakota. A lot of new faces on this Dickinson State Blue Hawk basketball team, but Daniel, one of the more consistent players that's been out there and playing about the same role for Dickinson State. Does a lot of the difficult things off the bench. Larson posting up inside, got Doty up in the air, count it 1. Caleb Larson sets up Doty underneath the basket, gets him up on the floor, and Derek Selvig, the head coach of the Blue Hawks, kind of having it out with Doty, saying keep your feet on the floor, don't buy the head fake. Larson finishes and will go to the foul line, looking to finish the three-point play. Vikings back within 3, and Larson's bonus rolls out. Rebound is pulled down inside for Dickinson State by Ditavius Frierson. Frierson trapped in the backcourt, 19-16. The Blue Hawks leading by 3 over the Vikings. Frierson long steps to get up into the front court. Kicks left side. Doty a 3 off the wing. Short. Rebound pulled down by J.R. Sisson for the Vikings. Out to Larson, who's up in transition. Stop back towards the right, and now Sisson off the dribble, a 3. Short. Jalen Johnson, an offensive rebound in the right corner. He'll reverse to Larson on the top of the key. Daniel comes out to confront him. Larson stepping back, a couple of screens set on top. Larson had the ball knocked free and a foul, maybe the second, against Jake Daniel. They will be. Third on the Blue Hawks, they're set to make a full line change. We will see 5 different players now. Again, they won't be all new. The return of Cordell Stinson, the return of Quincy Linton, and the return of Nate Vicentin, and a couple of new Blue Hawks coming into the matchup as well. Dickinson State will enter D.C. Stewart for the first time, 6'5 junior from Lodge Grass, Montana for his first minutes. And we'll also see Isaiah Vargas, a 6'4 junior from Vancouver, Washington. And a 3 off the right side by Taylor Bryant Fry. Bryant Fry steps into a 3 from the right wing. And the ball game is tied at 19 apiece, 19-19 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Ball on the top of the key. Vargas will dial it up for 3 and hits for Dickinson State. 3-point shot going down for Isaiah Vargas, and we weren't prepared to see him tonight. He didn't play sizable minutes for Dickinson State last night, but Vargas hits a 3, and now a 3 right side coming in from D.C. Stewart. That comes up a bit strong. The Vikings come down with a rebound with Taylor Bryant Fry. It's 22-19. Valley City State down 3 to Dickinson State. Ball inside with Jalen Johnson trying to back it down against Vicentin. Turns got to his left hand but missed it strong off the heel. And a rebound pulled down for the Blue Hawks by Cordell Stinson. Blue Hawks leading 22-19 on your LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Sam Coppervig will step in for the Vikings on the next dead ball. Stewart driving his way in, kicking out. Vargas 3 again. That one nibbles off, and Johnson reaches up for the rebound for Valley City State. J.R. Sisson for the Vikings. Driving right side, got in, stops on the right block, is in some trouble, has to turn this back out on top. Caleb Stewart will bring it in, Caleb Larson for the Vikings. Larson looking left side, Grindy ball faking, stepping his way in the lane. Little teardrop from 10, missed short, and a rebound foul coming up against Grindy as he tried to chase his own miss against Cordell Stinson. Grindy second, and the Vikings will make some changes. Lester will return. Maddox Griffin will step into the game. He's not on the roster tonight, but Maddox Griffin will step in. He played some minutes in the last matchup for the Vikings. We don't have any information on Griffin. We do on Sam Coppervig, 6'2 sophomore from Castleton, North Dakota, and a drive to the basket for Vargas. Vargas will score for Dickinson State. Vargas has 5 in the early going off the bench, and the Blue Hawks are back up by a 5-point margin at 24-19. Lester taking a look in. Ball popping out top of the key. Nelson back to Lester on the left side, and now Maddox Griffin. Griffin a stop, coming back right side. Backdoor cut for Brian Fry against D.C. Stewart on the right block. Back out. Griffin a deep 3. It's off the front of the rim. The Vikings settling for a lot of long-range jump shots, and D.C. Stewart has the basketball for Dickinson State. He'll lead it up the floor for Quincy Linton. Linton working towards the right side. Came to a set in the corner. A couple of crossovers on Joel Nelson. A turn. Back out top of the key for Vargas on a reversal. Vargas jump stopping his way in. Coppervig ripped the ball free, and Sam Coppervig forces a turnover for Valley City State. Vikings back into the front court. Still down 5, approaching the 10-minute mark. Coppervig stepping right. Tries to back in on Linton. Steps away from pressure. Lester resets Coppervig, and a 3 by Coppervig comes up short. Stewart runs down the basketball for Dickinson State. Vikings still down 5. A ball poked loose. Coppervig dives for it, shoveled it back up the floor, and now we'll see a foul as Alex Lester got in on the leg of Nate Vicentin. Sam Coppervig a bit slow to get up, but he's there. And the Vikings will get ready along with Dickinson State for a media timeout with 9:50 to play of the opening half. Offensive shootout going on here. Alex Lester picks up the foul, and we have a timeout on the floor. Your score with 9:50 to play opening half. The Blue Hawks 24, the Vikings 19. This is our coverage of Viking basketball. VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and also on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Welcome back to Viking basketball tonight. VCSU Athletics on YouTube and I3G Media Sports on KOVC. Valley City State trailing by 5, 24-19 in what has been a back and forth night all night long between these two teams. The first 10 minutes of basketball. Griffin Doty, 13 points already for Dickinson State in the very early going. Inside, a turn towards the basket, a fall away for Vicentin that won't fall. The Vikings have a rebound with Alex Lester, and Valley City State's back in the front court. Maddox Griffin looking at Lester into the post. Joel Nelson backing his way down. Back out to Griffin. Griffin driving right baseline. Puts his back to the basket on the block. Turned it back to Nelson on the right wing. Spin move, Nelson, good take to the basket. Count it for Joel Nelson. Nelson with 7. He's having a very, very nice night. We're going to see an illegal screen called against Dickinson State. The foul will go against Vargas, and that will be his first. Play that we have for you tonight. Watch this play for Joel Nelson, the freshman, just getting a defender on his hip. Spins, comes back to his left hand. That's some seen step out, hit a couple of threes, but when you've got a game that can do a few different things, he's played in the post. That time, dribble penetration and scoring. Vikings back within 3 at 24-21. There are some key freshmen in this Viking camp right now that if they stay together, they could be a really good team. Maddox Griffin driving to the basket, cleaned up by Lester. He'll put it back. First 2 for Alex Lester tonight. And the Vikings are back within 1 at 24-23 on Dickinson State. Cordell Stinson will lead the charge into the front court. He looks right side. 3 by Britton Cranston, no good, but a foul against Sam Kobervik. Kobervik going to be called for a foul and a block out for a potential rebound, but it's going to be on the shot for 3. And that means Britton Cranston gets an opportunity to go to the foul line for Dickinson State. Not exactly the way the Vikings wanted to see that transpire. Cranston leans into his first foul shot and hits it. And 3 changes coming up. Weston Zacher will come back into the post. Griffin Dowdy, apparently it is. My apologies. Griffin Dowdy will come back in. We'll also see the return of Datavius Frierson. I had seen in the pronunciation guide something that looked like Doty. My apologies to Dowdy's family. Just picked that up from our public address announcer that is in fact Dowdy. So we'll make that change. Cranston looking at his second. Maddox Griffin will step off the floor for the Vikings. The second no good for Cranston. As the Vikings believe have re-entered Taylor Bryant Fry back into the matchup. And the third for Cranston is good. He knocks down 2 out of 3. And the Vikings trail by 2 by a score of 25-23 to the Blue Hawks. J.R. Sisson up the floor for Valley City State. Behind the back, dribble stops the lane, cut to Lester. Wow, Lester gets fouled. That's a heck of a play for J.R. Sisson. You have to see that window on the backside in the back of your mind because you can't see it with your eyes. That ball was not in any way supposed to get to the baseline for Alex Lester, but it's a terrific pass for J.R. Sisson. And it will put Alex Lester on the foul line where he connects in the front end. Lester with 3 for the Vikings. 6.3 points per game in his freshman year for the Vikings. And 6 rebounds a contest as well. Second one's good. 2 of 2. Nice touch for the post player for the Vikings. And it's back to a 26-25 1-point game. Dickinson State leading. Weston Zacher reversing the ball top of the key. Stewart looking towards the left side. Dowdy comes out with the basketball. Back to Stewart. He looks in. Zacher trying to back down against Lester. A kick back out. Stewart with a hand in his face for 3. Missed it off the heel. And the rebound to Sisson for the Vikings. Vikings back up front, down 1. Sisson driving left baseline to stop. Look back top of the key, and a 3 on the way by Nelson. There's the other part of his game. Joel Nelson stepping out, hitting a 3, and that's a 10-point night for the freshman on Devil's Lake. The Vikings take a 2-point lead at 28-26. Cranston for Dickinson State. He'll look to the top of the key for Datavius Frierson. Stewart left alone on top for 3. That rolls off, but a big rebound for Weston Zacher, and they're going to get a foul against Taylor Bryant Fry in the blockout. Boy, that tells you something about Zacher, his ability to stay balanced and reach back and get that rebound, despite Bryant Fry forcing him beyond the baseline and actually being called for that foul, and yet somehow Zacher is still able to come down with the basketball for the Blue Hawks. 2-point lead for the Vikings, 8 minutes to play in the opening half. Ball fake by Dowdy looking right side. Got it into the corner for Stinson. Back off to the near wing. Cranston for 3. Comes up short, and a rebound to Lester. Good block out for Lester against Datavius Frierson. The Vikings with the basketball and a 2-point lead. On top, Caleb Larson, left side to Coppervig. He'll set a dribble down towards the right. Comes back to J.R. Sisson. Sisson a step back on the baseline, falling away, misses a jump shot, and a rebound to Dowdy for the Blue Hawks. Sisson nearly stole it, ends up on the baseline, coming back to the ball. It'll be out of bounds and back to the Blue Hawks. 7:32 to play on the LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard here in the opening half. And the officials talking some things over, I believe, regarding the shot clock. Seem to have that taken care of. And we'll see an inbounds play from Cordell Stinson. Stinson looking into the middle of the floor. That's picked up on the near side by Frierson. He'll be fouled going to the basket. Alex Lester just kind of standing there, and he says, hey, I didn't do a lot, but it was a good sell by Datavius Frierson, and Lester will pick up his second personal foul, and we'll see what head coach Ryan Montgomery chooses to do here. He's got a sub in the form of Logan Deal at the table, and you would believe that that would be Alex Lester that would be coming out of the game. In the meantime, apparently where we saw Frierson go down, the floor may have some condensation to it, so the players over there, you can hear those squeaks in the background. Those are shoes trying to evaporate the spot on the floor, if you will. Nobody put a table underneath, or rather a towel underneath the basket. First foul shot is on the way for Frierson. That's in and out. Quincy Linton back in for Dickinson State. He'll come on to replace Britton Cranston. And the Vikings will enter Logan Deal into the post. He'll replace Alex Lester. And Ryan Montgomery, the Viking head coach, goes over to coach up the freshman as he takes his spot. Second on the way, and good for Datavius Frierson for Dickinson State. 1 point Viking lead, 28-27. 7:25 to play in the opening half of basketball. Sisson to Logan Deal on the right high post. Nelson cuts in, ball goes back to Sisson on the top of the key. Sisson a stop, we've got a whistle in the perimeter and an illegal screen coming up against the Vikings. Well, we've had one official call a lot of fouls tonight. I know that official prides himself on getting some Division I work, and seems like he's kind of taking over the game here this evening. Inbounds pass into Quincy Linton for Dickinson State. Linton will come across on the right side of the floor. Gets it back after triggering towards the right wing for Cordell Stinson. A stop, Dowdy with it. Looking towards the right side, Linton again. Goes inside, and the kick out. Zacher's got a deep 3 in front of him. He'll take it off the heel and miss it. Rebound to Sam Coppervig for Valley City State. Coppervig runs the floor for the Vikings. Right corner, Nelson left alone, then closed upon. He'll put his back to the basket, turns to his left hand, drives in the post. That trickles around and scores again for Joel Nelson. Nelson with 12 first half points for the Vikings, and the Vikings push their lead to 30-27 with 6:35 to play here in the opening half. A curl to get away, and the ball kicked towards the left side for Datavius, my bad, Frierson. A jump shot mid-range from Cordell Stinson is missed off the heel of the rim. Vikings come up with the rebound. Larson off the left side looking for J.R. Sisson. Sisson to the foul line, a head fake to draw a defender. Found Larson on the left wing. He'll drive 2 defenders into the corner. A stop and a look, reverses back to Sisson. Sisson back to Larson, open 3 left corner, rolls in and out. Rebound deflected around and pulled down by Weston Zacher for Dickinson State. had a lot of shots that have rimmed around and won't go down here. A drive up the floor, Linton right side, Dowdy all day on a three. That's off the heel. And a long rebound to Joel Nelson out by the foul line. Nelson wants to run and threw that one away. Trying to go high-low down the floor with Logan Deal. Ends up sailing beyond the baseline. And Dickinson State will enter Nate Vicentin back into the matchup. Taylor Bryant Fry will come back in for Valley City State. Clock down to 5:48 to play of the opening half. Started out as an offensive slugfest and still plenty of points on the board for this stage of the game, but some missed shots as of late have sort of dictated the tempo for both, and now a timeout taken by Dickinson State as they were about to lose a possession. So a 30-second stoppage, Dickinson State will call for it, and we'll take one as well. 5:48 to play opening half. It's 30-27, Dickinson State trailing the Vikings by 3. We're back with more in a couple of moments. Do stay with us.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
5:48 to play in the opening half of basketball. Dickinson State breaking some pressure. They look inside. Logan Deal going to be called for a foul, turning a shot away. That was distant for Nate Vicentin. Down low for Dickinson State. Vikings leading by 3, 30-27 on the LaRue Lacko Financial scoreboard. 5:44 to go. Jamestown Civic Center, our location tonight. And Nate Vicentin will go to the foul line. First is on the way, and it is good for Vicentin. Lead cut to 2 at 30-28. They've done some nice things with this building. Obviously, you go back in time, you remember some of the battles that the Vikings and the Jimmies were in this facility, and there's some great memories between those two teams here in this building. Some half-court game winners that were hit. 2 of 2 from the line for Vicentin. We'll have to wait to get together with our friends from UJ down the road. Lead cut to 1 at 30-29. Valley City State still by 1 after Vicentin's 2 made foul shots. Sisson looking towards the left side, getting away from pressure, curls to the foul line. Mid-range jumper rolls in. Sisson with some touch. He's got 7. Vikings back up 3. Dickinson State in the backcourt with the basketball. Between the legs dribble for Quincy Linton. He'll drive hard at the floor, and that one ends up banging off of Dowdy's head and Larson's left foot. Dowdy for Dickinson State. Larson for the Vikings. It's out of bounds. We'll go back to the Blue Hawks. Dowdy took that one hard off the head. Apparently he's going to be okay, but that couldn't have felt good. Quincy Linton will take the basketball. Off towards the right side for Datavius Frierson. Hand off to Dowdy. Dowdy stepping towards the right, then pulls up from 17 and hits it. Dowdy's had a huge first half. That is his 6th field goal. He's got 15 first half points. Viking lead trimmed to 1 at 32-31. And a post-entry pass. Dowdy will get a foot full of it. It'll stay with Vikings. And we'll see our media stoppage. So a media timeout with 4:55 to play in the first half. 1-point game. The Vikings 32, Dickinson State 31. Viking basketball will continue in just a couple of moments.
Why choose Professional Eye Care Centers? 3 great reasons are Dr. Bond, Dr. Freilich, and Dr. Jangula. 3 of the most educated professional optometrists you'll ever meet. Next is their many locations. You can now see one of their spectacular doctors in Jamestown, Valley City, Carrington, Edgeley, Ellendale, and Lemoore. And finally, their fantastic selection. And yes, all of their frames and lenses are backed up by warranty. Visit ProEyeCareCenters.com and make an appointment today. Professional Eye Care Centers, clearly the best.
Quality education, affordable tuition, student opportunities. That's the Viking promise. Valley City State University. Discover yourself here at VCSU. Visit today.
Media stoppage here at the Jamestown Civic Center with 4:55 to play in the opening half of basketball. Valley City State leading 32-31 over Dickinson State University. Conference matchup inside the Frontier League tonight. Ball on the top of the key. J.R. Sisson looking to take one back from Joel Nelson, who took it on the high post. Sisson has it, looking towards the left side. Taylor Brian Fry getting a screen from Johnson. Worked screen and roll. Johnson wasn't in the right spot, but he goes down to rescue a loose basketball that turns into a held ball, and the Vikings will have it on the possession arrow. Now Dickinson State is going to be frustrated that the shot clock reset here. And the officials are talking it over before they get too upset about it. Are they going to say that Dickinson State earned a possession or not? The officials talking things over, and now they will come over to the scorer's table. And let's see what they come up with. They put a full 30 up on it. The official shakes his head to the negative, and we'll go back over to the scorer's table and add some further instructions. They've got 27 back on it now. And they'll talk it over further. When the ball goes loose and neither team has earned possession, you can't really go about resetting the shot clock. That will alter things in a difficult way, and that seems to have happened here. So now we have to wait and see what they're going to collaborate upon to figure out where the shot clock should be. And they've set it to 9. So 9 seconds for the Vikings to shoot, which seems a little bit more correct here. The Vikings will inbound. J.R. Sisson looking to get it in. Caleb Larson bluffs on the baseline, gets underneath the basket, pulled 2 defenders in the air, went reverse on a layup, missed it. Jalen Johnson taps one back and got fouled as the shot clock was coming to a conclusion. That'll put the freshman on the foul line as the foul will go against Datavius Frierson. You talk about that freshman class for the Vikings. Jalen Johnson, 6'7" forward. Joel Nelson, 6'6" forward. Alex Lester, a 6'8" center. I mean, this is a front line for Valley City State that if they stay together could be highly impactful in years to come. Jalen Johnson hits the first foul shot. 33-31, Valley City State leading by 2. And Johnson back at the foul line for his second. That is also good. So a pair for Jalen Johnson on an offensive cleanup and stick back. And the Vikings are up 3, 34-31. Quentin Linton into the front court, finding his way to Cordell Stinson, and a post-entry pass knocked out of bounds. The Vikings thought it was touched on the backside by Nate Vicentin, but it was not. It'll stay Blue Hawk basketball. And we'll see the re-entry of Isaiah Vargas. So Vargas will step into the matchup. 5 points off the bench for Vargas. He's had a nice jump shot tonight for the Blue Hawks. Quincy Linton finds a wide open Cordell Stinson, who drop steps to the basket and puts one down with 2 hands. And the lead is cut to 1 at 34-33 with 4:10 to work for the Vikings in the opening half. Joel Nelson, the top of the key, looking at Larson on a backdoor cut underneath the basket. This will come back to J.R. Sisson. Sisson a stop, back to Joel Nelson on the right side. Nelson trying to spin his way in on Stinson. Bodied up rather physically, turns it back to Jalen Johnson. Johnson, hard take to the window, got fouled, and he's going back to the line. Jalen Johnson, good physical take to the basket. And the foul will go against Nate Vicentin. It'll be his first, number 8 against Dickinson State here in the opening half. But I believe this is on the shot. Jalen Johnson will get a pair automatically here. So Johnson to the line, trying to push the lead back to 3. Number 1 is good. 3 of 3 from the foul line for the freshman post player. Weston Zacher back into the game. Boy, they grow them big down in Elgin. Had a chance to go through Elgin not that long ago. We were on a road trip to see my family down in Nebraska, and we came back a little different way. Beautiful country, lots of Germans down there. Seems like there's a campground and a playground just about every little town. Here's a takeaway by the Vikings. Taylor Brian Fry kicking out to Sisson. Transition 3 is off the front of the rim. Would have been a highlight opportunity here for the Vikings. Instead, Stinson comes up with a rebound and cracks pressure 3-on-1 the other way, and Vargas will go to the glass and score. Isaiah Vargas gets up the floor in transition, scores his 7th after the Viking press was beaten, and the lead cut back to 1 for Valley City State at 36-35. Sisson working near side, reverses Jalen Johnson. Johnson stepping up. Zacher giving him some room to operate in the perimeter. Ball back to Sisson is broken up. Quincy Linton got to it, holding his position on the floor and ends up throwing it in the back court, but Caleb Larson will pick it up for Valley City State in a takeaway, and the Vikings are back up the floor after an awkward sequence. Larson driving, went hard to the basket, count it one. Caleb Larson hard to the basket for the Vikings and gets fouled in the act as well. Caleb Larson with an opportunity to put the Vikings up 4. It's been oscillating between a 3 and 1 point lead for a while. We just seem to have been rather comfortable in that spot. But Larson gets to the basket and now a chance to try to change the dynamic a bit with just under 3 minutes to play in the opening half on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Larson trying to complete a 3-point play, and he's got it. Caleb Larson with 7, and the Vikings lead by 4 at 39-35. We tick down to 2:50 to play. Isaiah Vargas into the front court. Zacher going back to Cordell Stinson. Top of the key. He'll work towards the left side. DC Stewart into Zacher. Zacher kicking out. Vargas is left alone for 3, and he drains it. Isaiah Vargas wide open on the right wing. Vargas steps into a 3 and hits his 10th point off the bench in the opening half. 1 point Viking lead at 39-38. Taylor Bryant Fry back out to Sisson. Sisson crossing his dribble. Left side. Hard take against Vargas. Came to a stop in the block. Lost the basketball. Loose ball picked up by Britton Cranston. He's down numbers up the floor. Jump stops his way to the right block. Spins against Bryant Fry. Missed the shot. Rebound Jalen Johnson for Valley City State. Vikings into the front court. Larson head fake. Drew a defender. Drives baseline. Pulls up from 6 and misses on the mid-range jump shot. Vargas comes away with the basketball weak side for Dickinson State. He'll run the right sideline. Under 2 minutes to play of the opening half. 39-38, Vikings with a 1 point lead. On top, Cranston ball faking, jump stopping, turning and looking. Back off to his right wing for Vargas. Vargas stepping right, stops his dribble, starts again towards the baseline, then works back to the corner. Zacher with 8 to shoot, pulls the trigger for 3, misses. Jalen Johnson has a loose ball rebound. Vikings still leading by 1, 39-38, 90 seconds to play in the opening half, and a whistle. Did we have a timeout taken for Jalen Johnson? It looks like we did. So a timeout taken by the Vikings, 39-38. The Vikings will call for a 30-second timeout. We're back with more Viking basketball coming up in a couple of moments.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
39-38, Valley City State, a 1 point lead over Dickinson State University here at the Jamestown Civic Center. Again, the home away from home for the Vikings. Mechanical problem in the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse that deposited some water on the playing surface. Surface unplayable at least for this weekend. We find out on Monday about the rest of the season, and we'll see. Sisson on the right side of the floor for the Vikings. Turning back towards the top of the key. Vikings leading in what's been a slugfest offensively, back and forth throughout the course of the second half of this first half. Caleb Larson looking for Jalen Johnson in the post, can't find him, and then Larson dribbles off his foot and ends up out of bounds. Blue Hawks get the basketball back. Datavius Frierson, after stepping off the floor with some foul trouble, returns for the Blue Hawks. Right now, Larson, Sisson, Deal, Bryant Fry, Jalen Johnson, the 5 on the floor for Valley City State. And this group has had a little cohesion as of late. Inbounds pass, broken up a bit by Caleb Larson. It's rescued on the near side of the floor by Isaiah Vargas for Dickinson State. And the Blue Hawks run into the front court. DC Stewart, a right corner 3, is off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected to the perimeter. Zacher got it. Step back by Britton Cranston for Dickinson State. Into Zacher. The turn hits a right-hand hook shot. Weston Zacher with his first 2, with the Vikings fall behind by 1. Dickinson State takes a 40-39 lead, rallying from a 4-point deficit. Clock down to 40 seconds to go, 17 or 18 second differential. Ball top of the key. Ball picked up on the top of the key for the Vikings by Joel Nelson. He'll give it to Sisson, back to Nelson. The 3 is short. Rebound left side. Vargas, quick outlet. He's got a man up the floor, and Frierson with a 2-hand slam. Datavius Frierson gets to the basket in transition. Third dunk of the night for Dickinson State. And the Vikings are down 42-39 with 14 seconds to play and now counting this opening half of basketball. Johnson on the top of the key looking. Larson runs through. Handed off to Sisson. Sisson between the legs, down to 3, down to 2, with 1 to go. Wafts a 3 and it hit the front of the rim. And Dickinson State will take a 42-39 lead into the halftime. Dickinson State rallies to score the final 7 points of the opening half and lead by 3 going into the break. And that'll take us to our intermission report, our halftime report brought to you tonight by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. And we'll come back with those halftime numbers that we have for you in just a couple of moments, along with a look at some of our first half highlights that we have for tonight. At the end of the opening half, Dickinson State 42, Valley City State 39. This is Viking basketball on the VCSU Athletics YouTube channel and I3G Media Sports Network on the Voice of the Valley, KOVC.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
Welcome back to our coverage of Viking basketball tonight here on the Voice of the Vikings, the Voice of the Valley, KOVC. Ryan Cunningham with you here this evening from the Jamestown Civic Center. Those of you joining us on our video coverage tonight on VCSU Athletics on YouTube, we thank you for joining us wherever you may be out there in the wild blue yonder tonight. We're going to take a look at that weather picture that we have for you coming up in a moment. I know that that's been all the talk of what's going to be happening tomorrow, whether or not there will be basketball coming up tomorrow here at the Jamestown Civic Center, and we'll give you the rundown of what the situation is for tomorrow coming up a little bit later on here in our halftime report. Our halftime report brought to you by Rambo, and the Vikings trail by a score of 42-39 as Dickinson State closes the first half on a 7-0 run to put this game out to a 3-point lead for the Blue Hawks at the end of the first half of play. Rambo brings you our halftime report, and Rambo is your home for all of your promotional apparel and your promotional products. When it's time to go to a trade show, when it's time to put that logo to work, Rambo is the place to put it to work. So Rambo, make sure you give Matt Carlgard a call. He's a proud VCSU alum, and he's more than happy to take care of you for your promotional needs. Rambo, we're in the business of making you look good. Again, this game oscillated between a 3 and 1 point lead for the Vikings for much of that first half of play. A couple of back and forth lead changes early, as many as 5, but Dickinson stayed down 39-35. They rally to score the final 7 points of the opening half, including an Isaiah Vargas 3 who came off the bench and hit 4 big field goals for Dickinson State in that first half. He was a difference maker, and the Blue Hawks using their athleticism to break that Viking pressure at times and then have some pretty high percentage looks. And we're going to see a couple of those coming up here as we take a look at our first half highlights that we have. But let's go ahead and look through those first half highlights that we have for you tonight as we kind of close in on, well, the end of our first of the conference weekend that we have for you, right? We'll see for tonight. We'll get started early. Dickinson State here, and you can see Dowdy coming in. Griffin Dowdy, their leading scorer, hitting from deep early. Dickinson State had a roll going at that point, but the Vikings come back, a couple of impressive plays. This is Joel Nelson twisting his way to the basket, just taking a physical player to the hole and scoring for the Vikings. And then later, Valley City State up by 1 at this moment. Caleb Larson with the and 1 opportunity. Hard to the basket, scoring, keeping that ball in his left hand, taking the foul in the upper body and finishing. But at the end of the half, this happens just a little bit too much for the Vikings. A quick release, everybody sells out on the old board, and up the floor, big dunk from Dickinson State in the form of Datavius Fry. End up dropping the lead at that point and trail by a score of 42-39 going into the locker room. Team numbers in that first half of play, the Vikings 42.4% from the field, but once again, Dickinson State 48.5%, and that included 27.8% from the three-point line, but they were able to absorb 5 of 18 from the three-point line and finish with 48.5% shooting. You take a look at their non-three-point shots tonight, and according to the numbers, it looks like they were 11 of 15. Yeah, it would be 11 of 15. They were 16 of 33 from the field, but 5 of 18 from the three-point line. That means they were 11 of 15 inside the three-point line tonight. 5 of 7 from the foul line, 19 rebounds for Dickinson State, 17 for the Vikings, each team with 4 offensive rebounds. The Vikings shooting 42.4% from the field, 3 of 12 from the three-point line. They definitely want that number to be better, and yet they were outshot in three-point shots tonight, which is a bit different for the Vikings. Vikings 8 of 9 from the foul line. Turnovers negligible. The Vikings 8, Dickinson State 7 in that first half of play. Numbers on the individual side of things. Griffin Dowdy leading the way, 6 of 10 the field, 3 of 7 from the three-point line. He had 15 first half points. Isaiah Vargas finishes with 10 and a pair of rebounds in that first half for Dickinson State. Cordell Stinson with 6, 4 points for Nate Vicentin. Datavius Frierson with 3, Britton Cranston with 2, Weston Zacher with 2. Valley City State was led by Joel Nelson, 12 points and a board for the freshman out of Devil's Lake. J.R. Sisson, Caleb Larson, each with 7. Alex Lester finishes 4 points, 4 rebounds. Jalen Johnson, 4 points and 5 boards for the Vikings. Taylor Brian Fry with 3, Logan Deal with 2. And your score 42-39. Valley City State trailing by 3 to Dickinson State here at the break. And our halftime report continues, brought to you by Rambo. We're in the business of making you look good at Rambo. Stick around when we come back. We'll dive into what tomorrow holds for us. And again, it's a very interesting look as to what tomorrow may or may not hold. We'll give you a complete update on what the Weather Service is saying about the impending winter weather for us as well. All as we continue on the halftime report, brought to you tonight by Rambo, here on Viking Basketball. Voice of the Vikings, Voice of the Valley, KOVC, I3G Media Sports Network, and VCSU Athletics on YouTube.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. Get your next project started, contact Matt, or visit us online at rambo.com.
Hi, this is Clint from Central Avenue Health Mart Pharmacy in beautiful downtown Valley City, your only locally owned pharmacy since 1989. When you're locally owned, you care about your community and your customers. We offer a great selection of gifts and toys, as well as yarns, fabrics, sewing, and crafting. We are here for you from 9 to 5:30 weekdays and Saturdays 9 to 1. For all your pharmaceutical needs, give us a call, 845-5280.
Health Mart, taking time to listen and care.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on three major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Welcome back to Viking basketball tonight. VCSU Athletics on YouTube. And the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC, part of the I3G Media Sports Network. Ryan Cunningham with you here tonight from the Jamestown Civic Center. Home away from home for the Vikings, at least to start the weekend. And we'll see whether or not we finish it here as well, as the Vikings trail 42-39 to Dickinson State University in the front end of our conference weekend. Now, when we say we'll see if we finish it here, again, the latest that we have out there as far as winter weather is concerned, blizzard warning going into effect for Barnes County at 3 o'clock this morning. And it will extend until 9 o'clock. Rather, let me change that. Blizzard warning going to effect at 6 o'clock this morning, and it will go in effect until 9 o'clock Sunday. Now, it's worth mentioning that the Weather Service has not updated their forecast on this one in 7 hours, and they've been asleep at the wheel this weekend. I can tell you that much from Friday night. They did not do a particularly good job keeping us up to date on the winter weather that came into the Red River Valley last night, and we'll see if they do a better job of it this time. But 1 to 3 inches of snow, winds hitting 60, whiteout conditions are expected. And in finding out a little bit more about what the weekend holds for tomorrow, again, if the Vikings were unable to come back here tomorrow, and I believe a no travel advisory means that you get into a point where the liability is just a little bit too strong to have to move players around. So we'll see if it's already here when it's time to depart for Jamestown tomorrow. But if the Vikings are unable to come back tomorrow, the way this thing works out is that Valley City State would have to move their game with Bismarck State. And the issue with that is that Bismarck State chose not to travel to Mayville today. So Bismarck State was to play at Mayville State today. They will not. They're scheduled to play here against the Vikings tomorrow and Monday at Mayville State. And so with the Sunday game potentially gone, if the Vikings were not able to keep their date with Bismarck State tomorrow, Monday's out of the question because Bismarck State has already filled that date with Mayville State. What does that mean? Well, you're probably looking at Tuesday. However, Mayville State has been on the schedule for the Vikings on Tuesday, tentatively, in case there was a makeup game or games, should the conference lose a weekend due to winter weather before we get here. So you could say, well, Mayville State was all ready for Tuesday because makeup games are supposed to be next week, and we wouldn't know if they would play Bismarck State on Tuesday and move the Mayville State game to the weekend, or if they would play Mayville State on Tuesday, as was previously scheduled, and move the Bismarck State game the next weekend. I suppose you couldn't do that because Bismarck State might have a game with their travel partner Dickinson State coming up next weekend. So it's a mess. The weather is going to create havoc, but again, the word is that sometime tomorrow morning they'll survey the situation to determine whether or not it is safe to come back to Jamestown. It's hard to believe that obviously 30 miles separates you from being in your home gym, but at the same time, and you know, here's the thing, the blizzard warning does not affect the Jamestown area. They're under a winter weather advisory, but there's a pretty steep curve to this one where it would probably be safe as all get out for Bismarck State to come to Jamestown tomorrow, just not to Valley, but it won't be safe for the Vikings to come back to Jamestown. If you can follow any of that, good for you. That's a big old Rubik's Cube that we just threw in front of you, but nonetheless, it is the situation that we're up against getting ready for tomorrow's basketball. So all we can say is stay tuned for more details. We'll update you as we go, but that blizzard warning starts in the Valley City area at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. And, you know, I think they said something about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, but hard to believe that they would have enough of a sample size by 8 a.m. when the blizzard starts at 6. We'll see. Second half about to begin. Dickinson State will have the basketball to start the second half. Quincy Linton will take the inbounds play. Sisson's on top of him as the Blue Hawks now move from our left to right towards the west basket here at the Civic Center. Ball in the right corner, and Datavius Frierson has it. He looks in, Cordell Stinson driving against Logan Deal. They get down low on a turn and score. The hook shot for Nate Vicentin, and the lead grows to 5 for Dickinson State at 44-39. Ball right side of the floor with Joel Nelson for the Vikings. J.R. Sisson stepping left. Hard stop and go dribble, got his way down to the left block, but gets turned away by Quincy Linton. Turn on top, Nelson trying to body up inside against Frierson. A follow away off the glass, and Joel Nelson continues his nice night with 14 points. Lead cut to 3 at 44-41. Datavius Frierson, a big body inside. Nelson able to establish at least some presence inside, then hit the follow away. Cordell Stinson for 3 is off the heel of the rim. Rebound to Logan Deal, then he threw the ball away in the open floor. Linton up the floor. Datavius Frierson off the glass will score. 5 for Frierson. Back to a 5-point lead for Dickinson State at 46-41 after the Vikings got a bit careless with the basketball. J.R. Sisson driving, kicking out. Nelson, left corner 3. That's good. Joel Nelson is having a career night. That's 17 points for Joel Nelson tonight. Vikings back within 2 at 46-44. Stinson driving, goes hard to the basket and scores. The pressure gets broken. The Vikings just simply don't have enough bodies back defensively. Lead back to 4 at 48-44 for Dickinson State. Sisson driving right side, hard take in the lane, bounce pass down to the baseline. Logan Deal trying to body up against Stinson. Turns, kind of hooked him and got inside and scored it. Logan Deal getting that shoulder low, not the elbow, got inside the armpit. But again, if you're not doing that with the elbow or the arm, you're good to go. And Deal, good position inside. Lead cut to 2 at 48-46. 3 by Dowdy left corner. Good for Dickinson State. No one's missing. Dowdy hits a 3, and it's 51-46. The Blue Hawks back up by 5. Sisson stepping towards his left for Valley City State. Got a screen from Deal. Nice screen and roll. Deal gets inside and scores. Wide open for Logan Deal. Beautiful pass from J.R. Sisson to set it up. Had to work through a very narrow window and hit that with perfect timing, and he did. Vikings cut the lead back to 3. It's 51-48. Blue Hawks. Ball back up the floor. Taken by Datavius Frierson. Hard take in the lane. He'll score with the front of the rim. Frierson now with 7. The defense is not awake for either team. 17-20 to play second half on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Vikings down by 5 at 53-48. Sisson to the right baseline for Lester. Lester working the dribble back towards the top of the key. Comes back to Logan Deal. Back to Sisson in the corner. Sisson getting a screen, rotates, pulls up off the dribble for 3 and sticks it. J.R. Sisson with his 10th point tonight. Vikings cut the lead back to 2 at 53-51. A drive by Quincy Linton for the Blue Hawks. And Linton will hook back out towards the left corner. Back to Griffin Dowdy on the top of the key. Stinson looking down low, a back in by Vicentin. Turns into the defense, got it back to Stinson. Left side, ball taken by Datavius Frierson. Frierson hard take towards the baseline, turned away by Deal. Linton for 3 left corners off the front of the rim. And the rebound to Caleb Larson, skying high to pull it down in front of the basket. Lead is 2 for Dickinson State, 53-51. Deal on the baseline, turning it back out to the wing for Caleb Larson. Larson looking for a screen. Deal fell down, setting it. Ball to Joel Nelson for the Vikings. Turns it back top of the key for Larson. Shot clock approaching 10. We've got a foul in the perimeter. It'll go against Griffin Dowdy. That's going to be the third foul against Griffin Dowdy tonight. And we'll see a change, a pair of them for the Vikings, or rather for the Blue Hawks. Jake Daniel back in, and Isaiah Vargas, who had a great rotation off the bench for Dickinson State in the first half, re-enters the game as well. Vikings down by 2, 53-51 with the basketball. Deal on the top of the key, looking back towards the right side and able to find J.R. Sisson. Sisson driving hard against Linton, then tries a fall away, misses it. Rebound scrum underneath, out of bounds off of Lester, and it will be Blue Hawk basketball. And the Vikings just continue to pressure defensively. We've seen this all year from Valley City State, and this is going to be who they are throughout the course of the season. Creative in the full court defense, but if it does get beat, team shooting a high percentage against it. Daniel for 3, rims off the front of the rim, and Logan Deal comes down with a rebound for the Vikings. Vikings still down 2, 53-51. 15:40 to play in the second half. A step left side by J.R. Sisson. Joel Nelson took a look, decides to pull back on a 3, rotates to Caleb Larson on top. He'll take the 3 and hits it. Caleb Larson stepping into a 3. Larson, the senior out of West Fargo, North Dakota, puts the Vikings back on top, 54-53. Ball left side with Batavius Frierson. Steps up front, broke some pressure, got in the lane, turns it back to the perimeter. Linton has to rescue a tough pass. Works back to Vargas. This goes back to the right block. Frierson taking a jab step towards his right. Will line up against Sisson. Back out on top, Linton. Shot clock at 10. Vargas is open for 3. It's off the front of the rim. Rebound deflected. Caleb Larson pulls it down out by the foul line. Vikings up 1 and with a basketball. We'll get a media stoppage next dead. Sisson on the top of the key, looking right side as Nelson goes through. Lester comes back to set a screen. Sisson was going to see it jump, so he backed up against the screen, then turns in the lane, tried to pull up. The ball was blocked. Lester got it, turns it back, misses. Deal to put back, and he'll be fouled. Believe it's going to be Datavius Frierson that will pick up the foul, and that will take us to the media stoppage with 14:37 to play in the second half. The Vikings lead 54-53 over Dickinson State. We have a timeout for media on our LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard. This is our coverage of Viking basketball, VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and also on the I3G Media Sports Network.
When you're craving the taste of juicy, flavorful, locally sourced beef and pork, look no further than your locally owned Valley Meat Supply. At Valley Meat Supply, we take pride in bringing you the finest cuts of beef and pork straight from local producers. So whether you're planning a mouth-watering barbecue or a cozy family meal, choose Valley Meat Supply for the highest quality, locally grown beef, pork, and award-winning jerky, sticks, and sausage. Valley Meat Supply, West Main, Valley City. Your taste buds will thank you.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
54-53, Valley City State leading by 1 over Dickinson State. Welcome back to the Jamestown Civic Center. LaRue-Laco Financial scoreboard shows the Vikings up 1 and Logan Deal fouled in the act of shooting. As we went to the media stoppage, he finds himself at the foul line, and he'll miss on the front end. Deal with 6. Some changes during the break. Weston Zacher back in the matchup. Britton Cranston also back in for Dickinson State. Taylor Bryant Fry steps in. Jalen Johnson does as well for the Vikings. Deal's second foul shot is good. Logan Deal now with 7, and the Vikings are up 2 at 55-53. Isaiah Vargas gets the basketball for the Blue Hawks. Turns it to Jake Daniel in the right corner. Now back to Vargas. Stinson between the legs dribble. Working to Cranston into Weston Zacher in the left block. Back out to Vargas. He traveled. Vargas tried to set for a 3-point shot, then went to move to his left foot. Both feet got jittery. Official calls it immediately, and Valley City State leading by 2 will get the basketball back. Sisson will bring himself into the front court on that far sideline. Deal comes over to set a screen to his left. As has happened, the Vikings wait for the screen to get jumped. It produces a double team on Sisson. He'll get rid of the basketball. Jalen Johnson into Deal against Zacher. Misses on the pull-up, and then Zacher ends up knocking the rebound free. Daniel had it in his hands and got wiped out by Taylor Brian Fry of the Vikings, reaching down to the floor to find a loose basketball. Foul will go against Brian Fry, his second personal. Sisson has been jumped repeatedly by opposing team screens all night long, and we've seen it at certain points throughout the year where teams really sell out. Sisson does not want to be, or you don't want to, if you're the opposing team, you don't want to allow Sisson to operate with the dribble because he's just deadly. He can find a place to take a jump shot off that dribble. He's very good at it. So they've been trying to keep a body in front of him despite the Viking screens all night, and Sisson right now is backing up against it. Ball goes into Zacher. It's back out to the top for Daniel in Dickinson State. Left corner, Britton Cranston for three. Grid reversal, and the Blue Hawks retake the lead. Britton Cranston now with 5. The lead is 56-55. Dickinson State back up by 1. Sisson again looking for a screen from Jalen Johnson. Drives into it towards the right. Hands off to Brian Fry, circling from left corner into the paint. Back out on top to Logan Deal, right wing. To Brian Fry in the right corner, screen and roll. Daniel knocked the ball loose for Dickinson State. It ends up out of bounds. Caden Grindy will come back into the matchup for the Vikings, and we'll see DC Stewart returning for Dickinson State. He was primarily a perimeter threat in the first half of basketball. 1 point lead for the Vikings, 56-55, 13:24 to play in the second half. Ball on the right side of the floor. Johnson, left-hand dribble in on Zacher, spinning right. The bump, the follow-away hits it. Jalen Johnson, little shoulder bump, falls away, hits the follow-away hook shot. He's got 6, and the Vikings turn the ball, actually take the ball back on the inbounds play, and Caleb Larson will drive to the basket and scores 12. Sisson steps in front of a pass and steals it for the Vikings, and the Vikings spring ahead by 3 at 59-56. Another pass in the backcourt, disrupted by Kalen Grindy. The Blue Hawks get it back on a loose basketball. Cranston into the front court, now defended strongly on the right wing. He turns it back to Isaiah Vargas, and the Blue Hawks go to work in the half court. Cranston, high low to Zacher, right block turn, and Zacher will score. He's got 4 for the Blue Hawks tonight. Dickinson State back within 1 at 59-58. Larson into Jalen Johnson, hard on Zacher. The turn, follow away, he'll score. Freshman's got his 8th point tonight. Hobart, Indiana native. We're happy to have him as a freshman at Valley City State. That's an athletic play from Jalen Johnson. 61-58, the Vikings by 3. Cranston driving to his left hand. He was given that left hand, stops in the lane, double pivot, got a defender to leave, and he scores on the scoop layup. Britton Cranston now with 7. He drew a double team down low, was cut off, but Taylor Brian Fry retreated because he thought the ball would go back to the perimeter. Sisson stumbles as he makes a move to his left hand. And that move by Brian Fry defensively is what allowed Britton Cranston to spin back on his pivot foot and score in an open layup. Vikings with a 1 point lead at 61-60. Sisson will step off the floor, and we'll see Maddox Griffin return. Now again, wasn't included on the Viking roster tonight. We understand he's a transfer from Upper Iowa. A Morning Sun, Iowa native. He comes back into the game. Had some minutes the last time the Vikings were out in Montana. Left side of the floor, Cranston for 3, wild. That was too strong, but Jake Daniel has the miss. DC Stewart for 3, connects for Dickinson State. Stewart knocks down a 3, and that makes it 63-61. Dickinson State reclaims the lead. Griffin up front, handing off to Taylor Brian Fry. Again jumped on a double team. Double team relaxes after Brian Fry pulls up the dribble. Caleb Larson, this is from way downtown, rolls off the front of the rim. Grindy comes up with an offensive rebound. Tried to find Griffin in the corner, but it was too strong. Ball will go back to Dickinson State. 11:25 to play in the second half. LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard reads 63-61 Dickinson State. No team has led by more than 5 tonight. Both teams have had that 5-point lead. Vargas looking left side of the floor for the Blue Hawks. Comes back left side, was able to find Britton Cranston. Cranston spinning into a double team out of the Viking trap press. Works back to Vargas on the top of the key. Vargas going right on the screen from Zacher. Zacher comes open right block, turns his way in, and a follow-away hook shot. Drew a foul against Caden Grindy. Grindy protests a bit. Zacher felt like he was fouled immediately, and this will necessitate Joel Nelson coming back into the matchup to replace Grindy in that spot. got two players that are interchangeable on that spot for Valley City State. They do some different things, as Zacker's first foul shot is good. Zacker's got 5. Grindy will step off. Nelson comes in. Grindy a little bit more experienced, more savvy to the game, more physical than Joel Nelson. A bit of a grinder. Nelson, the kind of offensive polish that you're looking for, is a finished scorer. And, of course, a little bit younger and kind of learning his way around the game as well. Zacher misses on the back end. Lead is 3 for the Blue Hawks, 64-61. Nelson had the ball, lost it, got it back in the post and sends it out to the perimeter. And a 3 on the way for Taylor Bryant Fry, ties the game. That was a tough 3 to hit. Taylor Bryant Fry was challenged on that, hand in his face. He hits it from the left wing. We're tied at 64. DC Stewart into the front court, sends it to Cranston for 3. That's good. Britton Cranston with 8 of his 10 coming after halftime. And we have yet to play 10 minutes of the second half. Maddox Griffin up the floor for the Vikings. Brian Fry from the foul line. That rolls off the front. Rebound deflected towards the perimeter. It's won by Jake Daniel. Leaves it up the floor for DC Stewart. Finger roll layup is good for Stewart. He's got 5. Lead to 5 for Dickinson State now at 69-64. This becomes a critical moment, and the Vikings want a timeout. 30-second stoppage for the Vikings as the Vikings trail 69-64 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. We've got more coming up next.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Apologies, folks. A little bit longer break on the radio end. Jalen Johnson, a fall-away baseline jumper is good for Valley City State out of the timeout. And the Vikings are back within a 3-point margin at 69-66. Welcome back to Viking basketball. Dickinson State taking a 5-point lead, which matches the biggest lead of the night for either team. Cranston for 3, rolls off and back in. Britton Cranston gets a familiar roll. He's got 11 of his 13 now after halftime. And for the first time tonight, a team leads by 6. 72-66, Dickinson State on top by a half dozen with 9:20 to play, second half. A spin, Maddox Griffin got to the basket, missed it. Caleb Larson, a one-handed rebound underneath for the Vikings offensively. He'll pull up from 6 feet, missed that, got his own miss, and got fouled going back to the basket. And he lays out with the Nestea plunge underneath the basket. More frustrated than anything that he didn't hit the shot. And the foul is going to go against Isaiah Vargas. And that apparently is going to take us to another media timeout. So we'll have another timeout for media, and we'll come back with some foul shots for Caleb Larson when we continue with the Vikings down 6 at 72-66. We're back with more coming up next.
We aren't meant to be still. And while you determine the direction you'll go, we're just here to help you along the way. So go. Go with experience. Go with teamwork. Go with neighbors. Go with integrity.
Are you on the right financial path? Are all your financial professionals on the same page? At LaRue Laco Financial, you can be assured that your investment professional and tax professional are working together. Call Ryan LaRue or Chase Carpenter at 701-845-6938. Securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA, SIPC.
Welcome back to Viking basketball. And the Vikings trailing by a score of 72-66 to Dickinson State out of the media timeout. Caleb Larson's at the foul line for the Vikings. This game has been no more than a 5-point lead for either team all night. Dickinson State got it out to a 6-point lead, and that was enough to get Ryan Montgomery to call for a stoppage. Second foul shot is good for Caleb Larson. Larson has 7 in the second half and 14 for the game. And it's 72-68, Valley City State trailing by 4. Ball with Jake Daniel on the left side of the floor. DC Stewart driving his way into the basket. Back out to Daniel on the left side. Bounce pass to Stewart on the top of the key. Stewart looking on top, and a 3 on the way by Zacher is good. The big 6'8" post player, Weston Zacher, stepping out and hitting a 3-point shot. And the Vikings find themselves down now by a score of 75-68. So a tough run there for the Vikings. They get the man to take the shot that they want to, and in the long run, it doesn't do them really any good, as Zacher, the 6'8" post player, steps out and hits a big 3. And now the Vikings forced into a turnover. And here comes Dickinson State back up the floor and to the basket. Cutting and scoring is Datavius Frierson. So Frierson will score, and the Vikings now fall behind 77-68 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. The Vikings down by a 9-point, or actually an 11-point, 9-point margin. And a drive to the basket for Caleb Larson that will result in a foul.
From Blocks, number 5, DC Stewart.
DC Stewart's going to pick up that call. Stewart will have his first personal foul. That'll be the 4th team foul against Dickinson State. And the Vikings will make some changes. Sisson, Lester, Koppervik back on the floor for Valley City State.
Number 10, Sam Koppervik, number 25, Alex Lester.
Inbounds pass on the right side for Lester. Turns back to the near side of the floor. Joel Nelson back into Lester. Lester trying to back his way down. Back to Nelson. Hard take down the heart of the lane. Pulls up right in front of the basket. And Joel Nelson continues a great night. Nelson now with 19 points this evening for Valley City State. And a near turnover by the Vikings. A foul coming up against J.R. Sisson on the inbounds pass. I shouldn't say a near turnover for the Vikings, but rather the Vikings nearly force a turnover. Had a little bit of luck with that earlier tonight. On some of those, they haven't been able to close the door the way that they want to, obviously. Inbounds pass in the backcourt. Picked up for Quincy Linton in Dickinson State. He'll look it back to the left side. Datavius Frierson, left corner. Jake Daniel for 3 is good. Daniel coming in off the bench, knocks down a 3-point shot. And the Vikings now down by a 10-point margin at 80-70. And we'll see a whistle and a foul coming up against Dickinson State that will go against Jake Daniel, his 3rd.
15 foul. In for the Blocks, number 2, Griffin Dowdy.
Inbounds play will come in from Valley City State. Griffin Dowdy returns for Dickinson State. Taylor Bryant Fry off to the top of the key. A look off the right side of the floor for J.R. Sisson. Sisson gives it away to a drive by Joel Nelson, who has the ball gobbled up. And boy, Datavius Frierson fell right on top of him, and I believe that's going to be called a foul, and probably rightfully so. So Frierson will be called for a foul in that sequence. And again, when you take a look at the situation there, pretty physical play, obviously, but probably a spot where he had to call a foul of some kind. And an inbounds pass will come in for Valley City State on the right side from Taylor Bryant Fry. Fry taking a look, sends up a 3 that's missed. Lester battling for the loose ball rebound. It's won by Quincy Linton for Dickinson State. And the Blue Hawks come back into the front court of the basketball. A drive up front, ball missed off the front of the rim by Nate Vicentin from point-blank range. And the Vikings will come back with the basketball after a near miss by the Blue Hawks. Still a 10-point lead for Dickinson State. Your score, 80-70 on the LaRue Laco Financial scoreboard. Vikings with the basketball. Works off towards the right side. Ball deflected. Daniel had it, then lost it. Picked up on the floor by Sam Coppervig. Coppervig kicking back towards the right side. Bryant Fry from the right elbow hits a mid-range jump shot. And we've got a whistle and now a foul coming up. It looks like after the play was over, and we'll wait to see how they enforce this. I don't believe the foul was on the shot. Let's see what they're going to do here.
Flagrant foul called against the Vikings, number 25, Alex Lester.
Now they're going to get Alex Lester for a flagrant foul. So Lester's going to be called for a flagrant foul in this situation.
Shooting free throws.
And foul shots will be taken by Dickinson State. So we'll see the Blue Hawks go to the foul line. The first is missed by Nate Vicentin. So Alex Lester gets called for a flagrant foul. Second of 2 on the way. And the second is good for Vicentin. That'll push the lead back to 9 for the Blue Hawks at 81-72. Alex doesn't come off as the kind of guy that would intentionally go out and commit a flagrant foul, so probably just a miscue on his part. He remains in the game. And the inbounds pass out to the near side. Coppervig trying to come over and cut it off on Quincy Linton, and now Sam Coppervig will be called for his second personal foul. So with 6:22 left, the Vikings beginning to perhaps run out of some gas here. 81-72. Vikings have lost a little bit of their crispness that they had going on a little bit earlier in the game. And we'll see if they can find kind of their second wind here to try to finish this off strongly. Still within 9, but Dickinson State seemingly taking some control of a game that hasn't had any control for either team all night. Daniel stepping into a 3 in rhythm, and he hits it again. Jake Daniel with another 3 off the bench, and it's 84-72. Valley City State now down by a dozen with 6 minutes to go in the second half. Ball right side of the floor, J.R. Sisson. Hard take to the basket, pulls up on the baseline and scores. J.R. Sisson will score his 12th, and the Vikings will call for timeout. So the Vikings will call for a stoppage, 84-74. Dickinson State's lead is 10 over Valley City State as we make our way into the break. We'll continue with Viking basketball next. VCSU Athletics on YouTube and also on i3G Media Sports.
At CHI Mercy Health, we believe human kindness is at the root of all healing, providing care on a human level, courage when it's needed most, and a connection that's ever present among us all. Human kindness is meant to be shared. It puts a smile on someone's face and seeks to do the same for others. Take the time to nourish what's inside and watch your life flourish outside, because taking care of yourself is an act of human kindness. Just like human kindness, happiness can come from the most unexpected places. Whether it's from your friend, your dog, or a memory, embrace it and pass it on. CHI Mercy Health of Valley City.
When your team, school, or business needs custom apparel or promotional products, Rambo is here to help. With over 40 years of industry-leading experience, state-of-the-art machines, and dedicated employees, we have the tools and facility to handle any job. With online ordering solutions for sports teams and businesses alike, you can count on us to get the job done correctly and on time. To get your next project started, contact Matt or visit us online at rambo.com.
84-74, Valley City State trailing Dickinson State with 5:53 to play here in the second half of basketball. Vikings down 10. Scoreboard update in the NFL today. Denver in overtime gets a win over Buffalo by a score of 33-30 in the first of the 4 playoff games this weekend in the National Football League. Here, Dickinson State leading by 10. Late in the game, this has been no more than a 5-point lead until late for Dickinson State, but after establishing a 6-point lead, they've grown it and continue to lead at this point. They really haven't let up with any momentum at all. Griffin Dowdy misses a 3 for Dickinson State. The Vikings come back into the front court with it. Sisson on the right side, getting a screen, working to his left. Comes back to the right, now defended man-to-man by Quincy Linton. He'll turn it back to Sam Coppervig with the turn in the paint. Alex Lester cutting in, shoulder down, counted 1. Lester with a shoulder down, might have gotten away with one there. He'll score his 6th, and he'll go to the foul line as Jake Daniel gets called for his 4th personal foul. Daniel may have been trying to take the charge. He may have been in the arc, though, and can't take a charge in there. And Lester, good bump, gets to the basket, scores, and has a chance at a 3-point play trying to cut this lead down to 7. Lester taking a look, and the foul shot's good. Alex Lester's had a nice night from the foul line, 3 of 3. 7 points for Lester. It's 84-77. Vikings back within 7. Ball right side, Daniel into a 3-on-1. Dowdy all day to stare down a 3. Missed it off the front of the rim. Lester knocks the rebound out of bounds. That may take us to another media stoppage here. We'll see. Just under 5, Ryan Montgomery waiting for the media break. And now the officials will allow it. So a timeout for media with 4:59 left to go here in the second half of basketball. 84-77, Blue Hawks on top by 7. More Viking basketball is on the way in a couple of moments, so do stay with us.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
84-77, Dickinson State leading the Vikings by 7 on a Larulaca Financial scoreboard from the Jamestown Civic Center tonight. Vikings trying to find a win inside the Frontier Conference. Dickinson State trying to hold on to that number 8 spot in the league and stay in contention for a spot in the conference tournament. Euro step for Quincy Linton, spun a basketball up, missed it. Lester came down amongst a crowd with a rebound and a foul coming up against Dickinson State. They're going to get Cordell Stinson. That'll be the 9th against Dickinson State, or the 8th perhaps.
His second, 18 foul.
That'll be the 8th team foul against Dickinson State, and so that means the Vikings walk the length of the floor, shoot the 1-for-1 penalty. Lester has a chance to cut this to a 2-possession game, and boy, after it looked like Dickinson State may have an opportunity to start taking some control of the basketball game, they are in an opportunity here where the Vikings could cut this down to a 2-possession matchup if Lester can hit them both. Front end's a big one. First one on the way is good. Rolls in off the backboard. Lester with 8. The Vikings get Taylor Brian Fry back in the game, replacing Sam Koppervig. Lead cut to 6. Second foul shot, good. The lead cut to 5. The big man, 5 of 5 from the foul line, and Valley City State has had a very nice night from the free throw line tonight, something that kind of getting overlooked, I would guess, in this matchup. But from the line tonight, the Vikings are 13 of 15. Nice percentage. Inside, a little turn underneath the basket. Vicente with a reverse layup. Rebound goes out of bounds. Slapped that way by Datavius Frierson. Correction, Cordell Stinson slapped the ball out of bounds. Frierson just coming back into the matchup. Vikings back within 5, and this is a big possession for the Vikings. Down 84-79, 4.5 to go. They can make it a 1-possession game down the stretch when it looked like Dickinson State might pull away with it. Sisson driving, a spin move on Linton, the follow-away jump shot, he hits it. J.R. Sisson with 14 points, 7 on each side of the half. 84-81, the Vikings back within 3. Out in the middle of the floor, Datavius Frierson for Dickinson State. Ball poked loose, Frierson fronted on the basketball floor on the top of the key that time by Caleb Larson. Sisson came to get him backside. Dowdy with a teardrop that's missed. Rebound out of bounds by Datavius Frierson. The Vikings get it back. They can cut it to 1 or tie it down the stretch. 84-81, 4 minutes to play in the second half of basketball. The Vikings with their hands on it. Sisson will step across on the right side. Vikings working right to left. They set up shop along the right wing. Rotate back to Joel Nelson on the top of the key. Sisson right side, he'll draw Linton as a defender. Dickinson State player to player. Larson in the post, a guard down low. The turn on Dowdy, he pulls up and it rolls in. Caleb Larson getting inside and scoring. He's got a 16th, 9 in the second half. Vikings cut the lead to 1. Ball left side of the floor, head fake, Doughty takes a dribble to his left hand, flies for 3 and it misses. Rebound battle underneath, Deal had it, lost it, maybe called for a foul. Deal trying to get inside position on Nate Vicentin, and Logan Deal will be called for the foul. Rather not Deal, my apologies. Joel Nelson will be called for it. Nelson's first, and Britton Cranston comes in off the bench for Dickinson State. .324 remaining in the second half. It's a 1-point game, 84-83. Dickinson State by 1 over the Vikings. Ball goes inside. Vicentin threw it down low for a cut to the baseline through the hands of Datavius Frierson. It's out of bounds off the Blue Hawks. The Vikings have trailed by as many as 11 in this second half. They've got a chance to come down the floor and take the lead. J.R. Sisson steps across, works towards the right side of the floor, leaves it on the wing. He'll find Joel Nelson. Nelson taking a look. Lester inside, posting up, turning on Vicentin. Fall-away hook shot is missed. Crashing the rebound underneath Cordell Stinson. And now a long release. Vicentin to the basket with a tomahawk slam for Dickinson State after the Viking pressure was beaten. And Dickinson State will call for timeout as they reclaim a 3-point lead. 86-83, Dickinson State over the Vikings. We have a 30-second stoppage for the Blue Hawks, and we're back with more in just a couple of moments, so do stay with us.
Grotberg Electric believes in quality first, taking pride in the work and standing behind every project they do. They bring together the power, technology, and experience to keep your business online. The success of Grotberg Electric depends on 3 major ideals: the quality of their products, the commitment to their customers, and most of all, their customer service. Call Grotberg Electric today at 845-3010 or visit them online, grotbergelectric.com.
2 minutes, 50 seconds remain, second half. Vikings, Blue Hawks, Dickinson State here at Valley City State at the Jamestown Civic Center tonight, a home away from home for the Viking men and women after some mechanical problems in their home digs. The Vikings down 3, 86-83 with the basketball out of the Blue Hawk timeout. J.R. Sisson, left corner for the Vikings, looking for a screen from Alex Lester on his right. He got it. It was jumped. He outruns the jump, kicks right side. Nelson for 3, ties the game for the Vikings. Joel Nelson, the freshman out of Devil's Lake, has had a career night. That's 22 tonight for the freshman. And the Vikings have tied the game 86 apiece with 2 minutes, 20 seconds to play. Cordell Stinson for the Blue Hawks, flexing from right to left. Ball left side, Jake Daniels on the floor. Lester takes it away for the Vikings. 2-on-2. Lester, finger roll to the front of the rim, breaking to the basket and scoring. Another freshman for the Vikings. He has 7 of his 11 after halftime. The Vikings a 2-point lead, 88-86, seemingly out of the game when it was an 11-point edge for Dickinson State not that long ago. Now the Vikings lead by a deuce. Ball left side, Griffin Doughty for Dickinson State. Right side, Daniel Stinson on the top of the key. Driving to the basket with a 2-hand authority-driven flush over the front of the rim to tie the game. What a play down the heart of the lane for Cordell Stinson to tie the game at 88 apiece, and Dickinson State will call for timeout. 1:43 remaining, and the Blue Hawks and Vikings are tied at 88. Let's get a look at the VCSU replay that we have for tonight. This is a hard take from the top of the key. Look at this reversal back to the top. There's Stinson, starts outside the 3-point line, leaps halfway through the lane with 2 hands to tie the game at 88. And Dickinson State will call the timeout. Blue Hawks thought this was a 30. They're back on the floor, and the Vikings are in the huddle as if it's a full timeout. And Derek Selvig, the Dickinson State head coach, is protesting the idea that the Vikings get to meet a bit longer. The conference does have a floating media timeout, and the officials are over trying to console Coach Selvig to let him know that apparently that one was the floating media, and the Vikings will inbound the basketball. Coach Selvig's not happy about it. The conference media timeout rules can be a little difficult to break down at times. Inbounds pass for the Vikings. They'll go the length of the floor. Logan Deal will inbound to J.R. Sisson. Sisson walks it up for Valley City State. Between the legs dribble, cuts back towards the double team. Steps out in the right wing. The double team hits. He'll reverse to Lester on top from the right. Back to Brian Fry coming from right to left. He looks screen and roll. Now pulls up for three. Missed it short. Rebound to Jake Daniel for Dickinson State. Tie game at 88 apiece with 1:20 to play in the second half and in the game. Stinson on top, working right side of the floor. Datavius Frierson for the Blue Hawks. Reversal back to Britton Cranston off the left wing. Sisson reached in, picked his pocket, and Cranston will be called for a foul, holding up Sisson getting into the front court. They're going to talk about it. This could have been an intentional foul to hold Sisson up from going hard to the basket, and Ryan Montgomery, the head coach of the Vikings, thinks about asking about it. Decides to take his seat back over on the Viking bench as Sisson will go to the foul line. They will not call intentional. Cranston picks up his first foul tonight for Dickinson State. And Sisson to the foul line, still 1-for-1 penalty. Front end is good. Sisson with 15 points earns the back end shot. The Vikings crack the tie. 89-88, Valley City State by 1. 1:09 to play. Now the lead is 2. 90-88, Valley City State as both go down for J.R. Sisson. Cranston in the backcourt for the Blue Hawks, stepping towards the middle. He'll be fronted by Brian Fry. The Vikings do not trap on this possession. They'll relax back into full court D. Cranston backdoor cut. Dowdy to the basket with a fall away. It's missed and a rebound foul. Over the top, Cordell Stinson trying to knock it loose. Ends up knocking the ball away from a Viking because he was on the back. Stinson will pick up his second foul tonight. And the Vikings walk the length of the floor to shoot double penalty with a chance to build the lead to 2 possessions at 54.6 seconds to play. Taylor Brian Fry finds himself at the foul line for the Vikings. He has not shot a foul shot tonight. The Vikings have been brilliant from the stripe as a team. He gets 2. Fry on the front end is good. It's noticeable for the Vikings, their success from the foul line tonight. Right now, 17 of 19 from the foul line for the Vikings. 91-88, the Vikings by 3. This to make it 2 possessions. It rolls in off the right side of the rim, but comes back for Taylor Brian Fry. He's got 10 off the bench tonight. 92-88 Vikings, 50 seconds to play second half. Cordell Stinson looking down low. Britton Cranston drives it and scores off the glass. And Cranston's had a huge second half. Another bench player tonight. 13 of his 15 in the second half. The Vikings inbound with a 92-90 lead. 40 seconds left to play in regulation. Larson into the front court for the Vikings. Going coast to coast on Daniel. Pulls up off the glass and misses. And another rebound foul coming up. Stinson in the back of Caleb Larson. And Larson's going back to the stripe for the Vikings. Stinson with his 3rd personal foul. And Caleb Larson will go to the line with a chance to push the lead back to 2 possessions again with 33 seconds to go. Larson at the line, number 1 is good. The Vikings down by as many as 11 later stages of the second half after it had gone back and forth with 5-point leads for both teams throughout the night. It looked like Dickinson State was pulling away. The Vikings now a chance to put some distance on at the end. Second foul shot for Larson is good. And another brilliant look from the foul line for the Vikings as they continue to heat it up from that spot. 20 of 22 tonight. 94-90, the Vikings by 4. We've got a whistle as Griffin Dowdy hits a 3 off the left wing, but there was a foul away from the shot. The officials will discuss whether or not the shot's going to count. They're going to wave off the basket, which was expected. And this foul is going to go against Taylor Brian Fry, his 3rd personal. Something away from the basket. Cordell Stinson will go to the foul line for the Blue Hawks. Stinson with 10 tonight. J.R. Sisson will come back into the matchup for the Vikings, replacing Maddox Griffin. New addition to the roster for the Vikings at the break. Vikings will go offensive, defensive sub in that situation. In the meantime, Stinson, 10 points on the night. First one's on the way, rolls in. 1-for-1 penalty. That was just the 7th team foul against the Vikings in the second half. Lead trimmed to 3, 94-91. 24 seconds even to play in regulation. It's a 3-point game, and now it's a 2-point game as Stinson knocks down both ends, and the Blue Hawks will call for timeout. 94-92, the Vikings by 2 with 24 seconds remaining. We have a timeout for media. We'll take it with more in a moment. This is our coverage of Viking basketball, VCSU Athletics on YouTube, and also on i3G Media Sports Network.
Sanford Health of Valley City is dedicated to transforming your healthcare experience and providing access to world-class healthcare right here in America's heartland. We're committed to improving the human condition at every stage of life through exceptional care, spiritual enhancement, innovation, and discovery. Schedule your appointment today at Sanford Health of Valley City by calling 701-845-6000 or self-schedule online at mysanfordchart.org. Sanford Health, here for all, here for good.
Well, during the timeout, the Dickinson State University coaching staff reacted in an animated fashion to the officials telling Dickinson State it was a 30-second timeout, not a full. Derek Selvig, the head coach of the Blue Hawks, pacing on his bench on the far side of the floor, really talking to any official that will listen right now. All-out full-court pressure for the Blue Hawks. The Vikings leading 94-92. The inbound having to go the length of the floor with 20 seconds to go in the matchup. Taylor Bryant Fry spinning away from pressure, trying to step through a double team. We have a whistle and a timeout taken by the Vikings. 17.9 seconds left. This will be a 30-second timeout, and the officials are letting both coaching staffs know what that will be. The Vikings will now inbound from the near sideline. So a good double team trap by Dickinson State, forcing the ball down. Vikings unable to get out of the press and get up the floor. Again, tomorrow, the Vikings supposed to play Bismarck State College here at the Jamestown Civic Center, but with weather pending, all of that could be in jeopardy. Blizzard warning that goes into effect at 6 o'clock this morning for Barnes County. And if it is not deemed safe to travel, the Vikings would have to push that Bismarck State game to likely Tuesday of next week, as Bismarck State pushed tonight's game with Mayville to Monday. We'll see Maddox Griffin step back into the matchup for the Vikings. Dickinson State still all-out full-court pressure, trying not to foul. It's the double penalty if Dickinson State fouls. The Vikings have the benefit of the arrow, and Sisson will be fouled in the backcourt by Britton Cranston. Cranston will pick up his second, and this will put the Vikings on the foul line, and now the Vikings will see if that 20 of 22 mark from the foul line will hold up. 2 makes, 2 possession game, 15.8 seconds to play. Anything less opens the door. First for Sisson, good. J.R. Sisson, not a flashy night tonight, but 17 points right now. 6 field goals, 3 in each half. Second on the way, lead quickly back to 96-92, a 4-point lead for the Vikings. Dickinson State hurrying. Stinson into the front court. Hands for Dowdy, who pulls for 3 and misses. Rebound, Jake Daniel back to Dowdy. Another 3. That one again, no good. And this time the rebound ripped free by Jake Daniel. Out to Dowdy again for 3. That one at the buzzer, rebounded by Stinson. Put back, but put back strongly. And the Vikings escape with a victory. 96-92 is your final score. What a matchup tonight. The Vikings will give up 50 second half points and will score 57 of their own. And the Vikings will end up taking the win home by a 4-point margin here tonight. We'll come back with your post-game totals and a wrap-up here tonight in just a couple of moments and try to set the stage for an iffy day tomorrow. The Vikings improved to 2-10 in conference play, get their 6th win of the season. They're 6-11. Dickinson State will fall to 3-10 and will drop to 5-14 in the overall category. Back to wrap this one up in a couple of moments. The Vikings win it by a final score of 96-92, and Viking basketball continues after this.
Experience the thrill, feel the passion, and join the excitement. Tickets on sale now at VCSUVikings.com.
Lang hard to the basket with a 2-hand flush. He burst through it. He's to the end zone. Touchdown, Valley City State.
Here's the game-winning shot. Does it go? Yes, it does!
Nelson on the attack. Olin can't make the play. The Vikings sweep the Jimmy.
Hey college students, are you looking for a part-time job that works around your schedule, pays well, and gives you free money for college every year? McDonald's offers all of it. We can work around your schedule, and we give $2,500 scholarships to everyone who works for 3 months and averages 15 hours per week. That's 2 full shifts a week or 3 shifts of 5 hours. It's that easy. Let us help you become our next scholarship recipient. Come join our team. Text ND29 to 38000 to apply today.
Orthopedic pain is limiting. It's unpredictable. And when it disrupts the way you move, it disrupts the way you live. Life is better when you feel empowered to move the way you want, when you want. And that's where our experts come in. We're your guides to orthopedic and sports medicine treatment options that can manage your pain, rehab your injuries, and restore your confidence. Take back the freedom to move. Explore your orthopedic options at Sanford Health.
Well, the Viking men will make it a split tonight. Exciting fashion. The Vikings fell behind by as many as 11 in the second half this evening after a game that went back and forth on the offensive side all the way through. But the Vikings close strongly and shoot an unbelievable number from the foul line tonight. They will finish 22 of 24 from the free throw line this evening. And with it, the Vikings win with a 96-92 victory over Dickinson State University tonight. Welcome you back to the Jamestown Civic Center. The Vikings improved to 2-10 inside conference play and will earn their 6th victory overall this year. They're now 6-11 on the season. And Dickinson State will fall to 5-14, and they will fall to 3-10 on the conference season. And that number 8 spot now very much up for grabs for just about everybody after the Vikings get this win over Dickinson State tonight. The Vikings beaten on the road at Mayville State last night as well. So for the Blue Hawks, it is being swept on the road in conference play for the men. The Vikings start off their conference weekend with a victory, and we'll see when they get to finish it against Bismarck State. But as we mentioned, this game was a 5-point game, both teams. The Vikings kind of led by 3 and then 1 and then 3 and then 1 for a good chunk of the basketball game. But Dickinson State went on a run, hit a couple of big threes. Jake Daniel knocked down 2 back-to-back threes for the Vikings. Britton Cranston, or rather for the Blue Hawks, Britton Cranston, Weston Zacher hit threes, and all of a sudden the lead was out to 11 points for Dickinson State. But the Vikings claw back, forced some misses down the stretch, made a ton of free throws, and a huge night tonight for Joel Nelson, who leads the way with 22, one of 6 players in double figures tonight for Valley City State, in part because they were just phenomenal from the free throw line in this one. And with 6 players in double figures, led by Joel Nelson's 22, the Vikings end up getting the win this evening and will improve to that 2-10 mark in the conference. Again, this Viking team is young, and we really feel like the ceiling is high for this Valley City State team. I mean, really, that's the feeling. They could do a lot of pretty special things, but they're going to have to obviously find a way to get something done defensively. They gave up 50 points in the second half tonight and somehow found a way to get the win this evening and hold on for that victory by a final score of 96-92. Valley City State gets the win in this matchup tonight. All right, let's take a look at those final numbers that we have for you tonight. As far as the scoring is concerned, we'll wait for the final statistics to come up here as well. But 6 Vikings in double figures tonight, led by Joel Nelson's 22, J.R. Sisson, Caleb Larson, each with 18, 12 for Jalen Johnson, 10 for Taylor Brian Fry, and 11 for Alex Lester this evening. And again, Lester, even the freshman post player, 5 of 5 from the foul line tonight. 7 points for Logan Deal in the matchup as well. And for Dickinson State, they'll put 4 in double figures, led by Griffin Dowdy's 18 points tonight. 15 for Britton Cranston, Cordell Stinson with 12, and Isaiah Vargas had 10 in the first half, but did not score in the second half. Datavius Frierson with 9, Weston Zacher finishes with 8, Jake Daniel with 6, and DC Stewart with 5 tonight. The final team numbers in this one, the Vikings shoot 52.4%, allow 51.5% from the field tonight. Still get the win. The Vikings were 33 of 63 from the field. Dickinson State 35 of 68. The big difference, the Vikings 22 of 24 from the foul line. Dickinson State was 9 of 13 from the foul line tonight. That's going to be a huge difference in the basketball game. The Vikings out-rebounded 32-31, 10-8 on the offensive glass. That basically was sort of a negligible moment in this one here tonight. Would like to see the turnover number if we can see those. There it is. Dickinson State turned it over 14 times tonight. The Vikings turned it over 12 times this evening. 44 of Dickinson State's points came from the bench tonight, and only 12 of the Vikings' points came from the bench this evening. Rather, 18 from the bench, but it was enough for the Vikings to hold on for the victory tonight, get the win, and move on to tomorrow. Maybe the Vikings win by a score of 96-92. So now let's talk about tomorrow before we wrap this up with you here this evening, okay? So tomorrow looks like this for Valley City State. Again, they're set to play against Bismarck State here tomorrow at the Jamestown Civic Center at 2 o'clock in women's play, 4 o'clock in men's play. But blizzard warning starts for the Valley City area at 3 a.m. And if the game is called, the next Viking game would likely be Tuesday. We believe it would be Bismarck State, and we believe it would be back here at the Jamestown Civic Center. Now, Monday, they will make a final call on what's going to happen for the Vikings and their home floor for the rest of the year as to whether or not they can play at the W.E. Osmond Fieldhouse, or if they'll have to wait to see if the floor will get fixed and improved for next year, that kind of thing. So there's a lot going on here for the Vikings, but we will attempt to keep you informed. NewsDakota.com will keep you up to date with the latest updates as far as what we can expect about gameplay tomorrow. And we'll see if it's going to be tomorrow or if it's going to be Tuesday. But what's important tonight is the Viking men get out of here with a victory. Again, earlier tonight, the Viking women beaten by a final score of 72-61. The Viking men win by a score of 96-92. Those of you on the video side, thank you for joining us. Our thanks to Elijah with our video coverage tonight. And we will send you back to regular programming on the radio side. On the video side, we'll see you again next time. This has been Viking Basketball on the I3G Media Sports Network, the voice of the Vikings, the voice of the Valley, KOVC, and VCSU Athletics on YouTube. We'll see you again coming up next time.